Fake Marrying the Monarch by Tyla Walker.
Chapter 1. Ishmael. Liza, we hear someone knock on her closed door. Liza, are you in there? Or have you fallen asleep already? Come on, I whisper, balancing on a tree branch outside her bedroom window. I stretch out my hand toward her. If you don't come now, we're going to get caught. But Ishmael, I've never done anything like this before. Liza flinches, causing her chestnut curls to bounce as another hard knock comes at her bedroom door. There's fear in her eyes, but also joy, excitement, a desire to break free from the reins that hold us down, exhilaration, the feeling of being alive. Coming? Raising a brow, I wait for a moment. There's a chance she'll say no and return to the comfort of her bed. She's done that before out of fear of her parents. Make a quick decision, please. I might fall off this tree otherwise. Sucking in a deep breath, she grabs my hand. I help hoist her out of the bedroom window, careful not to get her dress caught on the branch. My hands graze her sides, and she giggles softly. It's hard to move, or even think really, when I'm this close to her. As we descend the tree, I gently guide her and tell her where to put her hands and feet so that she doesn't fall down. It electrifies me to feel her clinging to me, knowing she feels safe in my arms, and knowing I'll always protect her. When she lands on the ground, she lets out a deep sigh. Then she turns to me with a glimmer in her eyes. Do I still look okay? Ravishing. I take her hand and kiss her knuckles. Even her fingers are beautiful. We're going to be late to the party. Oh, who cares? Liza releases my hand and links her arm with mine instead, which gives her the ability to rest her head against my shoulder. Walter and the others don't mind latecomers, so long as you bring a dessert or treat of some kind. But we're not bringing any of that. Then they might have to toss us out. Liza doesn't mind what happens to us as long as we're together. Ever since we met, that's how it's been. I didn't know much about love and relationships before I met her, so this is all new to me. Every kiss, every longing stare, every small moment we spend together. They're all cherished and stored away within my mind. The only meaning of the word love that I know of is her. When we arrive at the party, we stick by each other's side. She never leaves my peripheral vision, and when she does, I search the crowd until I can find her again. And once I do, she sends me the sweetest smile as she tucks a strand of curly hair behind her ear. Ishmael, you're staring at her again? My best friend Jonathan remarks, smirking as he takes a sip of his drink. The guy gets a girlfriend and suddenly thinks he doesn't need his friends anymore. That's not true. I wasn't staring. Uh-huh. So what did you think about what I just said? I scratch behind my ear, scrunching my nose as my mind goes blank. What did you say again? See? Jonathan chuckles. You weren't paying attention to a single thing I said. I can't blame you, though. He turns and looks in Liza's direction as she chats with a few girls our age. She outshines them all easily with her smile and soft demeanor. She's a beauty. By the night's end, we make the joint decision to stay at Walter's estate. There's no way we'll be able to get Liza back home quietly enough for no one to notice. Secretly, I've been hoping for this to happen. Getting Liza alone is a dangerous thing for the two of us, but it sends a rush through my body that's comparable to nothing else I've experienced. Ishmael? Liza whispers, beckoning me over with her hand. I can hardly see her in this dark bedroom, but then it dawns on me that there's only one bed to share. Can you lay with me for a while? Of course. If she wanted me to, I would have gladly taken a blanket and a pillow and made myself a bed on the floor. Liza takes the lead, picking her spot on the bed. I follow close behind, wrapping my arms around her and burying my nose into the crook of her neck. She lets out a small sigh, reaching behind to run her fingers along my skin. After a moment's pause, she nods. That's all I need. We spend the night together, again and again. Today we keep on toward the small brown house in the distance, surrounded by tall grasses and wispy trees. No, we won't. We didn't get in trouble last week when we snuck off to Walter's place and stayed there all night. We'll be fine this time, too. Feeling in my pocket, I make sure for the umpteenth time that the key to the cottage is still there. I would hate to ruin a moment like this with any type of carelessness. Liza deserves better than that. The groundskeeper leaves the property each evening, so there's no chance we'll get found. But I hush her playfully, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and bringing her close. Liza nearly stumbles, but then she wraps her arm around me as well. It's a scene I want to cherish for the rest of my life. Liza and I running away together, spending some time in a hidden cottage where the world can forget about us. It would be nice to make that vision a reality one day, but for now, this will suffice. This house belongs to one of my father's courtiers, you know. Liza frowns. All the more reason why we shouldn't be on this property. You worry too much for your own good, my love. Fumbling to get the key out of my pocket, I compose myself and open the door. The wood creaks below our feet as we make our way inside. A small cat on the windowsill of the living room scampers off at the sight of us. One whiff of the air and all I can smell are books and dust. Liza's hesitation makes me laugh, so I grab her hand and pull her into my chest. She weakly pushes against me, but I'm not having that. Instead, I coax her into a small dance in the middle of the living room. We'll do this one day when we're married. Liza sucks in a deep breath. Her hand tightens around mine. What am I going to do about Philippe? Forget about him. The mere mention of that man's name makes me want to throw a chair into the wall. We're going to find a way to get you out of this situation, I promise. And if we don't? Liza's voice wavers. What if my father and stepmother get what they want and marry me off to that man? I don't like him. I don't want to do it, Ishmael. Shushing her, I cradle her head and pull her against my chest. Liza wraps her arms tightly around my upper body, digging her nails into the fabric of my shirt. A subtle wetness forms on my shoulder. She's crying. He's so much older than me, she whispers, and he doesn't care about love or romance. He only cares about status. He's so cold behind closed doors. One moment, he can be smiling with the crowd, but once you're alone with him, he turns to stone. Felipe is nothing to us, my love. Pulling away from her, I cup her chin. I'll never let him take you away from me. That's a promise. Really? I nod. She rises up on her toes to kiss me, narrowing her eyes and involuntarily biting her lower lip. She wraps her arms around my neck, and I fall into her effortlessly. The dance between us reignites into one born of passion and fire, with my movements matching hers and driving us into the nearest bedroom we could find. With a laugh, she falls on top of the bedroom sheets, clean and pristine since they haven't been used for ages. She opens her legs and I slip between them naturally. Liza's become so much more audacious since the first time we had sex that it's hard to believe that it was just a week ago. It drives me wild. Do you really think we'll be able to survive this, Ishmael? She asks, propping herself up on her elbows to shrink the distance between her lips and mine. I want to marry you. I love you, Liza, I say earnestly. I'd give you the world if you'd let me. Her eyes flutter close. You've always had a pretty way with words. To match the pretty woman I'm in love with. The beautiful woman I'll make my wife. She brings her lips to mine.
Chapter 2. Liza, the sun's peeking over the horizon. A cutthroat breeze slices into my skin as I make the silent trek back home. Goosebumps emerge across my skin, but it's not entirely because of the cold. My mind keeps drifting back to my time with Ishmael. His kisses on my skin. The soft words he whispered into my mouth in the darkness of that bedroom. I close my eyes, thinking about him. I want him there every day, every night, every moment. I can't imagine ever wanting anyone else. All the happiness that floods my body is quick to disappear once my home appears on the horizon. It's where I rest my body and where I'm regularly fed, but not a place I want to be. All because of Venia, my stepmother. The woman who berates me and reminds me how stupid I am no matter what I do. My father doesn't step in, but rather turns the other cheek to her abuse toward me. I'm used to it. The moment I step in through the threshold, floorboards creak loudly underneath my feet. I hear the click of her shoes. When she appears before me, I have no time to react. She's been waiting. Her hand whips across the air, striking me hard on the cheek and nearly sending me into the nearest wall. "You stupid child," Venezia exclaims, gritting her teeth. Her eyes are wide and sinister, boring into me as if I'm the worst creature to ever pass through this property. "You're nothing but a disgrace to this family." "Venezia." My father stands a few feet behind her, hovering near the doorway that leads to his private study. Give her a chance to explain herself, at least. I see him, but he's blurry. My tears are muddling my vision. Venezia whips her head around to look at him. "What's there to explain, Falco? Your daughter is a snake. She takes advantage of us and does whatever she wants." There's a vein popping out of her forehead when she turns to me again. "The deal is done, Liza. You're going to marry Felipe." "No, I won't." A knot forms in my throat. "There's no other option for us, Liza," my father remarks in a quiet voice. "Our name has substantial weight to carry, and Felipe knows we can bring no money to the table. You'll be marrying him in a month's time." He purses his lips before sending a solemn stare. There's a slight pity in his eyes. Our family's title, that stupid, awful title that my grandmother, my namesake, passed on to me on her deathbed. With one swift mark of her pen, she made me a countess. In doing so, she's condemned me to a life that I never asked for, one that I never wanted. I don't want to marry Felipe. You know this, Father. Please don't make me do this. I can't do it. Despondency takes over. My arms fall limply by my sides. "Don't be ridiculous, you stupid girl." Venezia rests her hands on her hips as she glares down at me. "You'll do as you're told, and you'll stop bringing disgrace to the family name." I hate it when she looks at me like that, as if I'm less than human. "I'm no longer a virgin. Doesn't that alter your plans at all? It should, shouldn't it?" The words fall from my mouth involuntarily. It's a last-ditch attempt to save myself from this ridiculous marriage arrangement that will ruin my life. Venezia gasps, covering her mouth with a hand. My father shakes his head and pinches the bridge of his nose. I can't remember any other instance where I've made him this disappointed. The pit in my stomach only grows. "I suppose it's no secret you're a whore, but if you can conceal it before the wedding, it shouldn't matter." "But Prince Ishmael and I love each other. I want to marry him." "Oh, you blind, stupid girl," Venezia says in a quiet voice. "Prince Ishmael would never marry you. It doesn't matter if you're a countess. You'd only drag him down." For some reason, she's scarier when she's soft-spoken. I'm used to her loud tirades and screams, but this? She reminds me of a witch. "Venezia! Falco, it's the truth!" Venezia turns toward him while pointing an accusatory finger at me. "She was born out of wedlock. She's nothing, just like her whore of a mother." That remark enrages me. As much as I want to slap her finger out of my face, I hold back. Instead, my words let loose. "It's not true. Ishmael wants to marry me. He loves me." "And how many other girls has he told that same story to?" Venezia spits. My nostrils flare. "That's not true. I know it. He's my first love and I'm his. There's no one else besides me. But someone as nasty as Venezia would never understand that. She cares too much about money and status to see. Being legitimate still matters to decent people. Prince Ishmael would never marry a whore's daughter, title or no title. How desperate can you be? Besides, King Francis would never allow it." Venezia furrows her brows and tilts her head at me, treating me like a moronic child. "How do you know for certain he wouldn't?" I whisper, bottom lip quivering as the resolve slowly ebbs out of my body. What if he says yes? Then Ishmael and I could— "Stop! Stop it!" Venezia's fingers curl up. "You're making me want to tear the hair out of my skull. It's a childish fantasy, and Felipe is a sure thing." "Venezia, calm down, please," my father begs. "I will not, Falco. She thinks that she can marry one of the Vanacore princes. I knew she was an idiot, but I didn't know she was this stupid." Venezia charges toward me, only stopping until she's towering over me. "What do you think is going to happen when the whole world finds out the truth about what you are?" "I don't know." "Well, I do know. You'll bring the whole family down. We'll be laughingstocks. And if you marry Prince Ishmael, what do you think is going to happen to the royal family? Are you truly willing to bring down the prince with you?" "No, she's wrong. That wouldn't happen. Right?" Surely there's not a chance that our relationship would cause that much of a scandal. Then again, this has never happened in Silveria before. What if Venezia is right? What if I ruin everything? Venezia gets a wicked, vile smile. To everyone else, you're the pretty countess with a perfect life and chests full of money. You know that's all a lie. You'll hurt everyone. You'll hurt Ishmael. You said you love him, but your actions don't show it. I do. I love him with all my heart. Venezia shakes her head. Then why are you trying to ruin his life, Liza? He doesn't deserve that. He's a respected prince, intelligent, handsome, and sophisticated. If you truly loved him, you wouldn't associate him with you, the child of a whore in waiting. But he loves me! Venezia laughs. And you'll suck it up and marry Felipe if you know what's good for you? Ishmael said he would never let that happen. Then God help the nation of Silveria if he's that much of a fool. He should leave the decisions to the grown-ups and get out of the way. As much as I want to fall to the ground and sob my eyes out, I bite my tongue and hold in my tears. I stare at my father, who does nothing. Per usual, he allows Venezia to batter my spirit, standing aside and never getting involved. Venezia grits her teeth. Then she reaches out and snags my hair. I yell out immediately as my hands try to pry hers off of my head, but she's stronger than me. She starts dragging me down the stairs to the cellar, winding down several floors, even beneath the basement. No, please, not down there, please. You'll think about what you've done, she snarls, whipping the storage room door open and flinging me inside. I scream, tumbling to my knees. There's not enough time to react before she slams the door shut and locks it. At this point, I'm openly sobbing. The sounds echo in the small room, reminding me of my utter solitude. Please, let me out, I scream, crawling toward the door and banging my weak fists against the wood. Please, don't do this! Resting my forehead against the door, I close my eyes and curl up into a ball. I hate this punishment. For that reason alone, it's one of Venezia's favorites to inflict upon me. Once again, Venezia bests me, overpowers me, and humiliates me in one of the worst ways. There's nothing that I can do besides lay here and weep my heart out. For my circumstances, for Ishmael, for the life that I so desperately want, but can never have because of things out of my control. I don't know how long I'll be down here. My heart pounds in my ears, I'm terrified, and there's no one who can come and help me. I'm all alone without a soul to save me.
Chapter 3. Ishmael. Liza's going to love this. My hand is in my pocket, making sure that the necklace is still there. This belonged to my great-grandmother, Isadora. You're an intelligent boy, Ishmael, just like me, my grandfather Holst said when he gave her necklace to me. I know that you'll choose a worthy woman to be your wife one day. When you do, I want you to give her this necklace. It belonged to my mother, and now it belongs to you. I still remember how the delicate chain glistened under the light. Grandfather never hid his love for me. In fact, he said time and time again that I was his favorite grandson, simply because I reminded him so much of himself. We both love math and puzzles, and he spent hours teaching me chess. Considering he married a wonderful woman, I hope I follow in those footsteps too. I know that Liza is the woman of my life and the future mother of my children. It's only right that she receives this necklace. As I make my way to our secret spot, an isolated area by lake inside a forest near her home, I feel my heart fluttering slightly. Liza's the love of my life. I can't wait to let the world know. It's been a year since we first started dating, and I've been aching to tell my father about this. They'll love her. I know they will. She's a beautiful girl with a kind heart. Anyone would love her. Anyone would be lucky to call her theirs. Even now, I still can't believe she chose me. Once everyone knows about us, everything will change. Things won't be the same anymore, I told Liza. She never believed me. Near the beginning of our relationship, I wanted to flaunt her off to the world, making sure everyone knew that she was mine. There was so much hesitation in her eyes. I wanted to kiss it all away, reminding her that she didn't have to worry about anything as long as she was by my side. You're meant for me, Liza. I want to build a life with you. a future with you. Can't you see that? Of course I do. She hesitated. I just don't know when the right time will be. I love you, Ishmael, but you're a prince. You know that it involves things that aren't like any normal person. And then there's my family. I remember the scared look in her eyes, and I wanted to protect her. I still do, forever. And because I love her, I agreed to whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted. When I give her this necklace, the most precious family heirloom I have, I hope she knows how much she means to me. She'll be my wife one day. It's time that the world knows that, and time the kingdom accepts it. Whenever I'm here, at our small, serene pond circled by large trees, I think of the countless kisses we've shared, the deep conversations we'd had, and the daydreams of forming a family. I'm imagining how radiant her beautiful face will be when I give her this necklace. I hope I can seal my promise to her that I want to share our love with the entire kingdom. I sit and wait for Liza to come, but it never happens. She's late, extremely late. I wait for an hour, anxiously checking my watch. I told her to meet me here. Liza chewed me out for being 5 minutes late to her birthday dinner, so I know that she wouldn't be late like this. What if she's sick? Or worse? I call her 3 times in the evening, but she doesn't respond. It isn't like her at all. She always lets me know when she has an event to attend, and she'll be too busy to talk. If anything, she wants to talk too much. Sometimes when I'm busy with some royal silliness that I wish I didn't have to deal with. Fear clenches its claws around my heart if anything happens to her. But I know I'm being overly protective. Surely she's fine. She can take care of herself. If she were in danger, she would reach out to me. After a few more hours, I'm genuinely starting to panic. I'm pacing inside my home, desperate to run from this growing tension. I continue to call, but the hours become 2 days. She told me I should never go to her house. And although I don't understand it, I respect her wishes. But sometimes, as my grandfather Holst always said, we must take matters into our own hands. My grandfather taught me that. This is one of those times. My messages go unanswered. Then, my calls don't go through. I make my way to Liza's house, hoping to talk to her parents about what's going on. I can't get the image of her parents out of my mind from the last time I saw them. At one of the royal balls. They scowled at me and Liza, and they turned their backs when I tried to approach. They're noble, but the Lancaster family has always kept its distance from the court. My father always gives a non-answer when I ask about them. I don't understand why this wouldn't be their dream come true. But they act like I'm garbage they need to take out. If I didn't love Liza so much, I might do something to bring Falco and Venezia Lancaster to heel. But Liza would explode if I did. Not to mention my father. My knocks are firm against their door. I check my pocket for the necklace. It's still there, awaiting the moment I'll get to place it upon Liza's tender neck. Assuming I get in to see her, of course. What are they hiding? What is Lisa not telling me? The door swings open suddenly. Venezia. According to Liza, this woman is a plague. Prince Ishmael I. She dips her head and curtsies, oozing venom. What a pleasure. Likewise, my eyes narrow. I want to speak to Liza. Is she here? Venezia presses her lips into a thin line and shakes her head. Liza is indisposed, Your Majesty. Indisposed? What does that mean? Normally I'm diplomatic, but I have no interest in making small talk. She's taken ill. Ill? She's sick. What's wrong? Something doesn't add up. Just something small for the past few days? However, it's quite contagious, I'm afraid to say. But rest assured that her father and I are taking very good care of her. And yet her stepmother looks like the picture of health. Something's not adding up. Please, it's important royal business. I promise I won't take long. No, no, my prince. I can't risk the chance of you getting sick. I would never forgive myself. And what would befall the Lancaster name? We'll let you know when she gets better. Then you'll be able to see her. She offers a small smile, revealing nothing. Her hand rests on the front door as if she's eager to close it. As soon as she's well, I must speak with her. It's urgent. Yes, my lord, Venezia says, dripping with derision. The door slams shut, followed by the distinctive clamor of multiple locks being applied to the door. Instead of going straight home, I wander amongst the quiet roads that outstretch along the expanse of the Lancaster estate. My fingers toy with the necklace in my pocket. I'm weighed down by disappointment that yet another day has passed, and I haven't given Liza what rightfully belongs to her. I don't know if I can believe anything Venezia just said. If Liza were actually sick, she would have let me know. By phone call, text, or even by handwritten letter if need be. But there's been nothing. She wouldn't just go no contact, especially not with me. Just as I'm letting my anxiety get the best of me, my phone rings. My free hand fetches the phone out of my pocket. My other one hasn't let go of the necklace yet. To my relief, it's Liza. Just like that, all of the worries weighing me down disappear. She breathes new life into me, just when her name flashes on my phone. After being worried for days on end, I can breathe. Hello, I say, laughing. Liza, is that you? Hi, Ishmael. She doesn't sound like herself. She doesn't sound quite sick either, but maybe Venezia wasn't completely lying. Regardless, I'm too happy to hear her voice to care. My fist clenches around the necklace. Tonight might be the night after all. The night that Liza and I make our relationship official to the rest of the world. Things may be looking up.
Chapter 4. Liza. I feel terrible. What day is it? I don't know how long I've been down here or how long I'll stay, but I know with certainty exactly where I am. Stuck in the dank root cellar with absolutely no light, even lower than the basement, with dirt floors. I'd say it's an oubliette, a torture chamber where prisoners are sent to be forgotten. But it's not that. Venezia remembers exactly where I am and takes great pleasure in the fact. Maybe this time they'll finally kill me. I never know if I'll be down here for days or hours. One day they might just decide to keep me here for years. I hear the sound of the cellar lock opening, followed by feet on the rickety stairs. I know it's Venezia. You, lizard creature! Venezia bolts down the steps and grabs me by the arm. She drags me from the floor. I'm coming. You don't have to grab me. She pulls me by the arm up the stairs, hauling me to the ground floor, and then closing the door to the basement levels behind her. Your little boyfriend came by to cause problems. We said you're sick, which you are. You're sick in the head. Especially if you think a man like that would ever want you as anything but his whore. Especially if he were to know that you had a whore for a mother. I nod, not sure whether I should defend myself or just try to get through this. I've had so little food and water, I can barely stand up on my own. You don't have anything to say for yourself, whore! I can barely speak from weakness and shortness of breath, but I muster the strength. I've already told you my thoughts, Venezia. I'm in love with him, and he's in love with me. Yeah, you keep thinking that. I grew up with girls like you who were almost as blind, but not quite. They were better than whores, though. My stomach churns from hunger, worsened by Venezia's words. Hunger grinds through my stomach like a screwdriver. I'm feeling lightheaded and dizzy. She wasn't far off in saying I'm sick. All I want to do is collapse in Ishmael's arms and have him take me away. I feel arms around me as I fall, and the descent snaps back to consciousness. Ishmael? No. Venezia looks at me like I'm a cockroach. You can't even stand on your own, pathetic. I hate to burst your bubble, but your little prince is never coming. If you care about him, you'll get out of his life now and not ruin him. He doesn't even want you. And if he knew the real you, he'd run. So you may as well do him that favor. My mind is so foggy that I can barely think about what she's saying. Maybe Ishmael would be worse off with me. I think I've thought that in my more cogent moments too, but I can't remember. I don't want to bring shame to the royal family. At those parties he takes me to, I always want to tell him, "You know I don't belong here, right?" That's actually been a source of arguments for us. I'm a noble but not a royal, and he knows that. But I didn't tell him much more, not about the depth of the abuse, not about the fact that my mother had me out of wedlock, and my title is from my grandmother on my father's side. Venezia slaps me into focus. Look, here's what you have to do, you disgusting reptile. Call your little prince boyfriend and tell him to come over. And when he does, you're telling him you don't love him and you're marrying Felipe. Unless you like it in the root cellar without food and water, because that's where you'll be spending your time otherwise. I feel tears rising, but I know Venezia will hit me again if I let them out. I'll give you something to cry about was a phrase I heard at least 1,000 times by the time I was 10. And I'm only 18. I start trying to do the math to figure out how long that is to distract me from crying. A phone strikes me in the face from Venezia's hand. Call, now. It's only half a ring before Ishmael picks up. Hello? Liza? Is it you? Hi, Ishmael. Liza, oh my God, I tried to come over, but... I'm so sorry about that. You can come over now. I'd like you to stop by if you can make it. I swallow hard to push down the choking feeling in my throat. It's important. I'll be there in 20 minutes. I love you, Liza. Mm-hmm. See you then. Click. He'll be here in 20 minutes, Venezia. Oh, great. You couldn't have given him an hour? We need to have you fed and cleaned up. You look like a horror movie character. Okay. I make myself a sandwich and drink a glass of water as fast as I can, then change my clothes, wash my face, and tidy up where I can. In a way, I want him to never show up so that I don't have to tell him. I also want him to come as soon as possible. Then I can start the grieving process as soon as possible. Or maybe he'll see through it and order a royal battalion to take me. The doorbell rings, tolling the bell of my looming death. Venezia standing behind me like a bodyguard when I answer. Hi, Ishmael, I say, feeling like a hostage, careful not to reveal anything that could be considered treachery. Hi, Liza. You look beautiful. His eyes have a look of relief and sadness, along with confusion, and the loving expression that I treasure. He's always been so forthcoming. He knows he couldn't hide his emotions even if he tried. I hear an audible scoff from Venezia. Come into the living room, Your Highness. I roll my eyes, which might be my last act of rebellion, although I'm almost afraid that she can see through my skull to my eyes. He takes my hand and I pull it away gently, the first foreshadowing of what's to come. I can't do this. I can't do this. I have to do this, or else my new home will be the root cellar. I have no choice. I sit down on the couch, and Ishmael sits on the chair to the right of it, while Venezia looks on, pursing her ruby-red lips and raising her long, straight nose. I just want to kiss him and scream out the words in my heart. Take me away from here. Help me. Save me from this misery, Ishmael. I'm careful not to look at him directly. Ishmael, I've had fun, but I have to tell you finally. I've been keeping it to myself for a while. And the truth is this. I just don't love you. I've been thinking about it for a while. My voice cracks, seeing the pain and confusion on his face. And I think we need to stop seeing each other. Liza, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I know you don't feel that way. Just the other day. But I do feel that way. I think you're blinded by all the people who suck up to you, Ishmael. I'm a prince. How could anyone not love me? Well, love doesn't always last. I'm sorry to say this, but it's over. Liza, I love you. Please don't do this. This isn't you. You're not yourself. That's because you don't know me. You didn't do anything wrong. I did. By thinking this would work. I don't want to be with you. I didn't want to tell you because I knew you'd react like this. My heart's broken, Liza. How could I react any other way? I know what I feel, Liza, and I know what we shared over the last year. This isn't you talking. I make the mistake of catching sight of his pale blue eyes for a moment, and that's all it takes for my facade to begin crumbling. I look away quickly, trying not to let any more of my mask slide off. I realize there's a trick to feigning anger, pretending that he's Venezia. Look at you, Your Highness, ordering me around like you can just demand that I love you. It's decreed. I want to be my own person, not your property. Liza, no matter what you say, I won't stop loving you. I promise. With this, I can barely speak. I want to collapse, fall to the floor, bang my fists on the ground. I want him to kidnap me and carry me away. But it doesn't matter. He shouldn't sully the Vanacore name with someone like me, with my secrets, with my illegitimate birth. It's for his own good. This is because I love him. I have to convince myself to keep from breaking apart. He looks down at the floor and shakes his head, then looks at me with his huge, loving blue eyes, glossed over with a sheen of tears. Even when I'm ripping out his heart, all he can do is adore me. I want to run to his arms and stay with him forever, but I can't. I hope you change your mind, Liza. I really do. I brought something for you, something I hope you'll keep, to remember. He opens his palm, and there's something shining from it, bright enough that it glints from a distance. Venezia shoots me a dark look and shakes her head. It's a beautiful gold necklace with an intricate floral design pattern from inlaid diamonds and sapphires, in the shape of a heart, and aquamarines the color of his eyes. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. This necklace has been in my family for generations. My great-grandmother Isadora gave it to my grandfather, and he gave it to my grandmother. When she died, he gave it to me. And I'm giving it to you because it's supposed to go to the woman I marry. And I want you to have it. I want to bend down so he can place it around my neck. Venezia's head shaking grows more desperate. My hands flail the necklace away. No, I don't want it. Now leave. The adrenaline from yelling keeps me afloat long enough to avoid losing it completely. He gets up, barely having the energy to lift his head. Every morning when I wake up and every night when you go to sleep, I will be praying for you to change your mind. I won't. Goodbye, Ishmael Vanacourt. Forever. I walk him to the door with Venezia still behind me. Goodbye, Prince Ishmael. I'm sorry for the rudeness of my niece. I'm sure you'll get over it quickly. You'll find someone who can fulfill the duties of a princess in no time. Leave it to Venezia to always make it worse. I watch as the man I dreamed would be my husband walks out of my life. Venezia takes me to the living room. I'm disgusted by the look of delight on her face. She claps her hands together. Well, now that that's done, I have some good news. Get a good night's rest. Tomorrow you're going dress shopping. We're moving up the wedding by 2 weeks. I'm completely broken. Chapter 6. Liza. There's no sweeter sound than the soft jingle of the bell above my shop's door. Welcome! I shout to a large man in cargo shorts sporting a very red face. They don't do a good job warning tourists about the amount of sun we get here on the island. What can I get you today? Is this the taste of home bakery? He eyes my humble space with wonder and just a hint of skepticism. It's a look I've gotten used to from first-time customers. The seating and tables along the far wall are whimsically mismatched. Crayon drawings cover cracks in the sky-blue plaster. My tiny brick shop doesn't look like one of the best patisseries in all of Milas. It certainly is, I tell him with a reassuring smile. I gesture toward a chalkboard on the wall. The selections in gold are the local favorites we have here every day, and daily specials are in blue. The man rubs his sunburned chin as he stares at the menu. I finish placing some fresh tarts in my lovingly handmade display case. I had never picked up a hammer before I decided to build it from reclaimed wood. The 5 long shelves inside may not be perfectly even, but they look beautiful when lined with desserts. A local fisherman named Herman gestures from his favorite spot in the corner. This white wicker chair had resided in his garden until he gifted it to the bakery 5 years ago. Liza, honey, can I get a refill when you have a chance? I retrieve the percolator and come over to fill Herman's mug. He points at the customer across the room. It's another one of those days, isn't it? He asks before taking a long sip, leaving drops of coffee on his scruffy white mustache. As soon as we get our town back, they drop off another fresh supply. I shake my head. Now be nice, Herman. A boat dropped me off here, too. He pats my hand. No, you're one of us. You took this dusty old hole in the wall and made it shine again. I couldn't have done it on my own. People like you gave me a chance when I had nothing. Did you know that I came here in a shipping container? I was literally just a piece of cargo. Had to pawn my grandmother's wedding ring to afford enough money to bribe my way onto the ship, and I didn't even know where it was going. Mrs. Graff, the local third-grade teacher, turns around on her stool. That's horrible, but we are so glad that it brought you here. I give her a thankful smile. I'm just lucky I landed here before it was a trendy tourist spot. It was so quiet and serene, the kind of sanctuary I needed. Herman scoffs. Not so quiet these days. I can barely even hear myself think anymore. Oh, like you did any thinking before. Mrs. Graff laughs at him with the familiarity of old friends. Besides, now more people get the pleasure of eating Liza's pastries. Speaking of which, I should go see if our new friend has made up his mind yet. I return the coffee pot to its warmer and take a moment to let out a deep breath. It's hard to think back to the painful, uncertain circumstances of my arrival, but I survived. Turning back around, I tap on the top of the display case. "Excuse me, sir, might I make a recommendation?" "Yes, please, I can't choose between tarts, croissants, or something chocolatey. It all just sounds so good." "You can't go wrong with a nice, simple Madeleine," I tell him, while pointing at a row of small, beautiful, shell-shaped cakes. He agrees, and I quickly fill a small box with 6 of the treats to ring him up. "Do you mind if I try one now?" I smile. "Of course not. In fact, I encourage it." As he opens his box, the bell rings again to announce the arrival of 2 elegant, middle-aged women. I give them a welcoming wave. "Hello, how can I help you ladies today?" The first woman runs a slender finger along the glass of the display case. "We've been hearing all around town that this is the best bakery on the island." I hope I can live up to that high praise. I feel my cheeks heating up, which always happens when I get compliments. I never know how to react, but I am thankful that my melanated skin does not give my embarrassment away too easily. "Wow," the man with the madeleines fills the small shop, and all eyes turn to him. "Sorry," he mumbles with a mouthful of the spongy dessert, "but this is so good." The ladies chuckle and turn back around. "Well, Giovanna, there's another positive review." "Oh, look at this, Adele," the woman, apparently named Giovanna, tells her friend, then looks at me. "These petit fours look as divine as the ones we saw in Parata. How did you learn how to make them?" "I'm self-taught," I say modestly. "I came to the island with hardly a cent to my name and no real skills to speak of. But I learned every recipe I could get my hands on, and Milas treated me like one of their own. And here we are now." The bell rings again as my 7-year-old girl skips into the store in a blue sundress, her stuffed toy dog tucked under her arm. She's tall for her age, and beautiful, even with a constant streak of dirt on her face. The patrons of the bakery light up as she begins to make her rounds. "Hello, Isha," Mrs. Graff says with a smile. "I saw that you added a new drawing to the wall. What is it?" "That is a narwhal," my daughter replies proudly. "I like to call it a unicorn fish. Although, remember, Isha, it's not a fish, it's a mammal." Although he's been dubbed Herman the Humorless by many in our town, his demeanor always brightens when Isha visits the bakery. "I've never caught a unicorn fish before, but did you know that there's a rainbow trout, Isha?" "Wow," she gasps. "Is it pretty?" This question stumps the old fisherman. "Huh, I don't know. I guess it is kind of pretty for a fish." I turn my attention back to the ladies. "So it sounds like you're interested in the petit fours. I have the classic hazelnut over here, but if you're looking for something a little lighter, we have a strawberry and champagne petit four next to that. And of course, my daughter's favorite, the double chocolate there on the end." Isha skips over to the display case. "I made the flowers on the chocolate ones." Adele, one of the refined older women, places her hand over her chest. "Well, they are so very lovely. You and your mommy make a good team." "Yes, we do." Aisha proudly climbs up on her stool in front of the counter. "She's the best sales assistant that a baker could ask for, or a mother, for that matter," I beam. The woman in the white hat pulls out her wallet with a look of finality on her face. She's decided. "I think that we'll have to do 2 of each flavor, please." I hand Isha the box of little cakes, and she handles the rest of the transaction. "Thank you," Isha says in her most professional tone. "Don't forget to tell your friends." The ladies each give her a 5-solver note before they exit, huge smiles on their faces. I look over with pride at my daughter. In the last year, she's developed a greater sense of confidence. She's also gotten an even stronger resemblance to her father, to the point where I think I'm seeing him at times rather than her. If he did see him, I don't know if I'd run to him or run out the door. I try not to think of him too often, but it's hard not to when his mirror image stares me in the face every day. There's also the other reminder surrounding me constantly, in the form of the small obsession Milas has with the goings-on of the Silverian royal family, as a customer's phone reminds me. There's a video on someone's phone, and I clearly hear the name Ishmael Vanacourt. I pretend to clean the area where she's sitting to hear the broadcast better. "First Alexis gets married, and now Caesar," the royal watcher says from the screen with bright graphics next to her head. Who's next? Ishmael, the businessman? Christian, the heir apparent? Or could it even be Cedric? who's off performing medical miracles for people in desperate need of care. On the screen is footage of Ishmael standing beside Caesar at a royal event. He's more handsome than I had imagined, with broad shoulders and the face of a man now, with a clean, short beard. Let's run down the facts. Successful businessman, yes. Devastatingly handsome, yes. And available? Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Comment below if you agree that Prince Ishmael of Solvaria is the next member of the royal family with wedding bells in his future. I suddenly begin to feel lightheaded, and I have to sit down at the table I'm wiping. I look over at Isha, which snaps me back to reality. I stand weakly and speak to Isha, who doesn't notice anything odd. Mommy has to step out for some fresh air. I'll only be outside. If someone wants coffee, let them pour it or get me. It's too hot, okay? Okay, Mommy. I knew this day would come. I keep away from newspapers and most media altogether to avoid seeing any mention of the Venia courts. But this news still penetrates my bubble. And although I know it's been a possibility for 8 years, one I've prepared myself for constantly, it hurts far more than I ever could have imagined. Please don't let him get married, I plead to the air, resting in the shade of my storefront as though I can hide from reality here.
Chapter 7. Ishmael. Is my father in? He's on a call. He'll be done in just a moment. I much prefer my role as CEO to being the son of the sovereign of Solvaria. I dread the quiet moments when I'm alone with my thoughts. Just hearing her name again was like a punch in the gut. Liza? The syllables flow out of my throat, strained. I train myself not to think about her, and I can barely control my irritation when she surfaces. I managed to avoid hearing about her wedding, thank God. I did hear her father and stepmother moved off the island to manage his businesses. And who knows what other reasons, given the enemies they're known to make. Good riddance. But the memory leaves an unpleasant taste in my mouth. All these years later, I wish she had fought harder to come back to me. I have no idea where she is. And I'd like to think I don't care. But I know that's not the truth. The door opens and my father's trusted press secretary, Marco, motions to me. I go inside. As I cross the room and bow, I realize I don't care. I've thought about it for the 3 days since he first told me, and I've reached a conclusion. I want the diamond mine, even though it means seeing Liza again, and even though it means risking her rejecting me again for a second time. Father, I bow deeply. Please, sit down. I look back over my shoulder, trying to decode the conspiratorial look that my father is giving to Marco. He probably knows more family secrets than I do. His family has served mine for at least 100 years, although that's probably an extremely conservative estimate. I looked into the mine. I keep my tone serious. It's a fantastic opportunity. I'm all business now. My father nods, and I'll propose to her as you asked. I don't know how I can propose when I can't even say her name, but if this is what it takes, I'll do it. My father claps his hands together. Excellent. He hands me a folder on his desk, and I open it to find only one piece of paper inside. The information could fit on an index card. A taste of home, 5 Antares Plaza, Milas. So I guess I'm off to Milas then. What do I do afterward? Tell Marco and he will arrange the jet. And once it's complete, you'll come back to Solvaria. The details will be arranged. Thank you, Father. Is there anything else? There is. Yes? I wait expectantly, and he clears his throat. I haven't told you the reason for the delay for the meeting. He pauses, thinking. I was on a phone call with a reporter, Genova St. James. She had a catch-and-kill story regarding our friend, hoping for a payoff, something about Miss Lancaster. I'll need you to deal with that as well. That doesn't give me much to go on. What's the story she's chasing? And by deal with it, you mean I need you to find out what the real story is with Miss Lancaster. She hasn't been seen in years, and she's been spotted in Milas. She was vague, but she said the story involved you somehow. I think she may not know exactly what leads she's chasing either. All right, I'll keep you apprised of all of the developments. I hold up the piece of paper from the folder, gripped by the name I haven't seen written in the 8 years since I last saw her. And this is all the information you have? A bakery? It should be all the information you need. You're a smart boy. The smartest of my sons, in fact. Well, I don't know if that's. Well, I do, especially when it comes to sniffing out the truth. Well, thank you for your vote of confidence. I hope I don't let you down. I hope so too, my dear Ishmael. You'd better get ready. There's a lot to do before you leave. Good luck to you. I stand and bow, and we kiss each other on both cheeks. Thank you, Father. We'll speak soon. I stop by Marco's office and make plans to charter one of our jets for the evening. I try to squeeze as much information from him as possible, but it seems as though there's precious little. Either that or there's little that he wants me to know. Is there online research I can do? Milas is fairly cut off from the world. Most of the research will have to be done there in person. On the plane, I change out of my suit, opting for something casual in line with more humble Milas fashions. I'd rather fit in than stand out, given the nature of the mission. I don't need anyone knowing it's Prince Ishmael. I'm just a happy tourist. It's a short flight, and I'm not prepared to be transported to another world so quickly. I'm whisked away in the taxi, spotting the small houses and fishing villages along the way to her bakery. I have the driver drop me off a couple of blocks away. I always prefer to get the lay of the land before I make my move. What move, I think to myself. I need a plan. The street is bustling. It's like swimming upstream. I stick close to the store windows, taking my time. Lots of lovely shops, from candle makers to a bespoke clothing storefront with an elegant black dress in the spare window. Hey, not the best place to stop, a woman says dismissively as I read a menu posted in a restaurant window. Thanks, I'm not from around here. Welcome to Milas in that case. She tips her hat, something I've rarely seen except for in movies and among household staff. I hope you enjoy it. I walk across the sidewalk and stare at the bakery across the street. There is a bright blue and white striped awning with a couple of bistro tables in front. The logo, with a taste of home, inside an illustration of a house, is painted on the front window. How did she end up here? Maybe Felipe opened the bakery for her. Maybe they were happy, with children, businesses, and a life. The only thing I really know is that she isn't married now. My father is nothing if not thorough. He wouldn't send me on a fool's errand to propose to a married woman. But I don't know if it was divorce or death that separated them. I have no idea what I'm walking into. I loved her once. Back then, her happiness meant the world to me. But I obviously meant less to her. Stop, Ishmael. There is no use going over all that again. Focus on the mission. No! Come on, Gino. I turn around. A mother's holding a small boy by the hand. You said we would get cream puffs. I said we... The store is there! He points across the street to a taste of home. I said we would go after we picked your sister up from school. I want to go now. I have to admire the mother's patience. Her tone is serious but not angry. We get your sister. Then we go to the bakery. The end. She swoops him up into her arms. As she turns to go down the street, our eyes meet. I try to convey sympathy with my eyes. I think she notices. Kids, right? I nod and she continues down the street. I look at the bakery and sigh, knowing that my life is about to change once I step inside. But I have no idea how. This is what I came here for. I can't imagine it's going to be easy to convince her to marry me, but a business deal of this magnitude is always full of obstacles. So the plan is, fuck it. I don't need a plan. I have a goal. I'll do whatever I need to do to get it done.
Chapter 8. Liza. There you go. 1 chocolate and 1 vanilla cream puff. I hand the box to the little girl, her hair in 2 braids. She reminds me of Isha. The mom nudges her child. Say thank you to Miss Liza. Thank you, Miss Liza. You are very welcome. The Solvarian cream is amazing, the mother says to me. I should have called it Milas cream, I tell her with a laugh. Everyone knows it's better here. The less I hear about Solvaria, the better, especially with all of the royal princes being married off. I don't want to have to make a special pastry for the occasion of Prince Ishmael's wedding, which would no doubt be as widely celebrated here as Alexis's and Caesar's. I straighten the pastries in the case below, not realizing until I see legs approaching that someone must have come in when the woman and her daughter left. He has ornate leather shoes, much more refined than the twill pants he's wearing. They ruin his disguise as just another working-class Malaysian. I raise myself from the floor. Can I help? The words die in my throat as I realize who is standing in front of me. It can't be. The sandy blonde-brown hair and the pale blue eyes. I could never forget those eyes. They used to pierce right through me, making me squirm in the most delightful way. Ishmael? He nods. What? I can't form a coherent sentence. I can't even think. What is he doing here? Is he actually here? Am I dreaming? Hallucinating? Hello, Liza. He looks at me with that sharp focus of his, the one that always kept me paralyzed. We need to talk. His voice is cold, hard. And that look. I recognize that look because I see it all the time, just not from him. I whirl around and look up at the cuckoo clock, a kitschy antique. The people who come out of it and dance on the hour are carrying platters of pastries. But right now, all I can focus on is the time. School is letting out in a couple of minutes. Well, I have a little bit of time. Here, follow me to the back. I point to the door, and we walk parallel to each other. He puts his hand on the door to open it and looks at me. I nod. He looks even better all grown up. His upper body has filled out. He carries himself with more confidence, but also more detachment. This is a man who knows what he wants and believes he is more than capable of getting it. Not the same 19-year-old who I said goodbye to on what's still the worst day of my life. What does he want? I think desperately as I step into the kitchen. He's looking around, obviously sizing up the joint. Ishmael? It comes out harsher than I expected. But he's looking at my business, my second home, the thing I've spent the last 8 years of my life building. I feel completely exposed, and I can see in his eyes that it's different from the regal establishments he's used to. Yes, he turns to me, each of us standing by an opposite counter in the prep room. I need your help. What is it you need? I'm not sure if there's anything I can do. He just keeps staring at me. I fold my arms, dreading whatever he's about to ask of me. I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill it. I'm even more afraid that I will, because it's unbearable being around him. Too many emotions are already involved. There's no easy way to say this. I need to get married. Married? Why? And why me? We didn't get married the first time, remember? Oh, there's no way I could have forgotten that. Look, we have a mutual interest in common that we'll discuss soon. Regardless, I'm prepared to make it worth your while. How does 1,000,000 solvars sound? Are you out of your mind? And what mutual interest? A business venture that we can have a controlling stake in if we join forces, and I'll give you 2,000,000. I have no interest in going into business with you, or anything else. Now get out. He opens his mouth to speak, but the cuckoo goes off. It's 3 o'clock. He turns around and looks back into the shop. What the hell is that? A clock. That thing goes off every hour? I close my eyes and take a deep breath. The song ends, and I hear the click of the clock doors shutting the characters back up in their bakery for another hour. I wish I had that luxury. Ishmael is shaking his head. I think you should leave, Ishmael. I can't be bought. Oh, really? The glare shoots right through me, hinting that I already have. If only he knew. Yes, really. 3,000,000. Get out now. Come on, Liza. For years, I imagined the moment when he would come and find me. I figured when he said my name, the shell I built around my heart would crack, and everything would magically be all right again. But in the last 5 minutes, that delicate shell has hardened even more. Now I just want him gone, out of my shop and my life forever. He doesn't even deserve to know if he thinks I can be bought and sold that easily. I'm sure you could use the money. And what makes you so sure about that? He gestures with his arms spread, indicating our surroundings, his motions speaking for him. Yes, I have a humble shop, and you know nothing about my life. And I prefer to keep it that way. All the secondhand furniture. It's vintage. I was going for a cozy look. He laughs. Well, cozy is one word for it, a generous one. Get out. What happened to you, I want to know. Felipe leave you? Quite a downfall from socialite to peddler. Maybe disappearing wasn't the best idea you've ever had. It's been 8 years. A lot has changed. But my answer to you hasn't. Get out now. He comes out and leans on top of the counter. Come on, Liza, tell me. If Felipe isn't around, who've you been relying on? Did you discard him too, like you did me? Or did he realize you have no heart? His words are like a punch to the gut. Don't cry, I beg myself. I can't believe the tears I wasted on this asshole for years. He doesn't deserve them, not then, and certainly not now. Since you seem so desperate to know, we never got married. What? He seems genuinely surprised, not that I care. Why not? What happened? I have no interest in telling someone who thinks so little of me. I want you to leave, now. What about my offer? To marry you? Are you kidding me? 4 million. You really think I'm a... It's a word I hate. The one Venezia tarred me with my whole life. A whore, just like my stepmother said. Maybe you should go hunt her down instead. No, I just figured I would help you out, that's all. It would be a simple business arrangement. Well, guess what, Your Royal Highness? You can't just buy everyone, and certainly not me. The more you offer, the less chance you have that I'll accept. I'm back in control. The anger isn't threatening to burst out of me anymore and wreak havoc. Now it's just fuel. 5 million. Come on, Ishmael. If you really want this, make it worth my while. 20 million then. Only 20? I was thinking more like 50. He doesn't even blink. Done. And we haven't even gotten to the riches that could come from it if we play our cards right. I wouldn't do it for any amount, but I'm still shocked. Too shocked to say anything. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I found her number. The shop is empty. Another small favor. You did not find my number, I snarl. I just wanted to see how desperate you were. I'm never desperate. Well, good. Take your 50 million and leave then. Go strut up and down the street, being not desperate. Liza. The front door opens, the bell jingling merrily. Ishmael looks at it and scoffs. Oh, what I wouldn't give to grab that bell and jam it so hard right up his... Hi, Miss Liza. It's the after-school rush starting, which means I have to get him out of here now. Thanks for stopping by, Ishmael. I practically burst a blood vessel in my brain, feigning politeness to him, but I have to keep it together in front of my customers. Whatever he thinks, I'm proud of what I have built here. I'd like to see him start from scratch with nothing. Maybe he has his own businesses, but he had a hell of a safety net. Me, I had no support, no help, and everything to lose. And I managed to succeed. How dare he? What do you guys want today? I look into the smiling faces before me and a sense of calm comes over me. This is my home. He doesn't belong here. He'll leave and everything will go back to normal. Cream puffs. The small brunette boy points, but I can't see through the case. A wonderful choice. Which flavor would you like? Liza. He's still there. I thought if I didn't look, he'd go away. I'm with a customer. Then I look very pointedly at the door to the street. He leans over the counter. I will myself not to flinch. This is not over. I scowl at him, then focus on the little customers in front of me. Would you like chocolate, vanilla, mocha? We also have a lemon blueberry. The kids start chattering excitedly about which flavor, debating their merits. I keep my eyes on them, and finally I see Ishmael heading out the door in my peripheral vision. I breathe out a huge sigh of relief and get back to work. So, to help you decide, I'll give you a few samples of each. The children start yelping and jumping up and down a little bit. This is what I love, and I wouldn't give it up for any amount of money. Or for anyone, not even him.
Chapter 9. Ishmael. Hey, mister, you got a coin? I'd like to make a wish. I've been sitting here on the edge of a fountain in the square for the past 2 hours. It gives me a decent line of sight into Liza's bakery from behind a throng of people. It is remarkably easy to tell which are townsfolk and which are tourists. Children weave their way through the crowd. They are definitely townies. Every so often, one of them wanders toward me to ask for a coin to throw in the fountain. I look over their head while I fish in my pocket for something that will appease them. As I hand a coin over, the child's face lights up with gratitude. Just as he's about to send the coin on its way, he pauses. He looks at me with a furrowed brow. What should I wish for? I don't know, I answer. I have a feeling you and I want very different things. He tosses the coin, giggles, and disappears back into the sea of bodies. My body hasn't stopped shaking since I left the store. My heart rate begins to slow, but as soon as I think about Liza again, it immediately begins to race. I don't quite know what I thought would happen when I walked in there. What would happen when I finally saw her again? If she had been married, like I assumed she was before my father revealed otherwise, would that have made things easier? I doubt it. I don't think there's any way this could have been easy, regardless. Liza didn't just break my heart. She shattered me. When she was marrying Philippe, it at least gave my pain a purpose. If she didn't even go through with it, then what was the point? Back then, I had honestly believed that we would be together for the rest of our lives. Then came that day at her parents' house, the day my world ended. She knew exactly what to say to hurt me the most. The only thing that I could do for my own sanity was to deny myself thinking about her. I did my best to avoid any situation where her name would come up, and I never asked a single question about her or Felipe. Her name wasn't mentioned again in the palace as if they knew, at least not until last week. I immersed myself in books, educating myself about everything from business administration to investment strategy. I closed myself from the unpredictable world of feelings and kept that door locked tightly. In only a few short years, the Lancasters had all but disappeared from the kingdom. Now I have to wonder about Felipe too, and if the broken marriage and the Lancasters' disappearance were connected. Why didn't they get married? How did she end up here? I hate how persistently these questions nag at me. My phone starts to ring. Farley's gruff voice greets me when I pick up. Hey, boss. Just wanted to give you a heads up that we had a little incident with the Verity. It got caught on the rocks, punched a hole in it. It's going to take some time to fix. I press my fingers into my temples. If it isn't one damn thing, it's another. Thanks for keeping me in the loop. That's my job. And you do it well. I'm about to hang up when I get a sudden pang of inspiration. Hey, Farley, do you still have your connections from when you were a private investigator? He chuckles darkly. Of course I do. I need some information then if you can manage it, I tell him, keeping my voice lower so no one can hear. I'll compensate you for your time, of course. Find out whatever you can about Liza Lancaster. She disappeared from sight around 8 years ago, and then others in her family. Can do, he says curtly. Do I need to know why? I shake my head. Nope, it came up in conversation yesterday. Made me curious, that's all. Do a thorough investigation on the matter, whatever you can come up with. Right. His voice betrays his excitement about the task. I'll be in touch, boss. I put my phone back in my pocket and stare at the cobblestones surrounding the fountain. The sound of small footsteps approaching makes me wince. I'm out of coins, kid, I say without looking up. They don't leave, though. I can feel them plop onto the fountain next to me. That's okay, I hear a soft voice reply. I'm out of things to wish for. I wanted some new shoes and a stuffed whale, but I got these for my last birthday. You like them? I see tiny feet and scuffed yellow sneakers swinging out, unable to reach the ground. Sure, I say, with a shrug. And I got a stuffed dog, but I don't have a stuffed whale yet, but I asked for one. The little girl continues, undeterred by my gruffness. Do you like whales? Of course. Who doesn't? I say cheerfully. I see them all the time from my boat. You have a boat? I nod. Several. Wow, I hear the voice say. After getting shut down by Liza, it's sort of nice to talk to someone so easily impressed, even if it is just a child. Could I borrow one? Sure, I say with a bemused chuckle. When you're older, but you'll have to come to Solveria. That's where I live. 2 more children emerge from the mass of people. The voice pipes up. Oh, those are my friends. I gotta go. Bye? I have to do a double take at the child, once I finally get a good look at her. She was too close before to really see her face, but it looks unmistakably like, no, it can't be. I I stare at her, feeling like I'm floating in space. My mind must be playing tricks on me. She could be me as a child, especially when I had longer hair. I rub my eyes and look again. This little girl looks just like me. I leap to my feet so I can watch her as she runs behind her friends. I start dashing across the plaza, hoping not to lose track of her. It is unmistakable. She resembles me exactly from when I was that age. I feel like I might be chasing a ghost or trapped in some strange dream. Then I watch the trio run into the bakery and get greeted by Liza. So this must be real. I step into the shop, my breath rapid with confusion and anxiety. The little girl sits there on a stool, those same yellow shoes dangling over the floor. Seeing her up close is like looking at a photograph. Liza walks up to me with a scowl. Ishmael, I told you to leave me alone. Well, at least you told me something, I hissed back at her. But there's a lot more you haven't told me. Things that concern me. Things you should have said. She stares at me, the steely resolve on her face slowly fading. As she grows calmer, I grow angrier. You'd better explain what's happening. Who is that girl? I'm trying to avoid making a scene, but I can feel eyes drifting toward us. The little girl comes down from her stool and stands next to Liza, concern clear on her face. She tugs on Liza's shirt. Mommy, what's wrong? I stare at the girl in disbelief. Then I start laughing in spite of myself. This is your mommy? Well, that clears a few things up, doesn't it? My eyes dart back to Liza. She grips the girl's hand tightly. Not just any girl, her daughter. Our daughter. I have so many questions burning in my brain, but I just keep laughing as Liza escorts back to her seat at the counter and then returns, glaring at me with a dark look. Well done. You played me, Liza. You fucking played me, I hiss, low enough to not be overheard by the children and other customers. Now you'd better tell me what the hell is going on.
Chapter 10. Liza. Ishmael looms an inch away from my face, his brow furrowed with rage. His piercing eyes stare straight through me. You have 10 seconds to explain yourself, or I will have the royal guard on the phone. I shit you not. I manage to eke out a small reply. I'll explain later. Please, just go. My eyes wander over to Isha. This isn't how I want her to see her father, especially not for the first time. Don't curse in front of her, I plead with him. Be mad at me, but not in front of her. I can feel the eyes of everyone in the shop on us. His face contorts as if he is revolted by my request. He takes a harsh breath in, then looks at Isha. What's her name? He snaps his glare back toward me. How old is she? Shaken, I find myself unable to answer his question. My gaze drops to the floor. For some reason, I'm surprised to find Ishmael wearing shiny leather shoes and not the sneakers I still pictured him in. I'd always hoped for a day when it would be safe for Isha to meet her father. A day when we were certain no one would be looking for us. No one would hurt her. But this? This is the worst possible way for their first meeting to happen. Ishmael moves to address Isha directly, and I follow protectively. What's your name? Isha clings to me instead, caught by surprise by this strange man's behavior. She pushes me in front of her and hides her face behind me, trying to make herself invisible. I turn around and pat her on the arm. It's okay, honey. My voice breaks, but I manage to get the words out. You can tell him. It's okay. She swallows and then she speaks. My name is Isha, and I'm 7 years old. Ishmael goes pale as he leans his weight on the edge of the counter. Tears start to pool in the corners of his eyes. He says nothing, only able to stare at his daughter in disbelief. Ishmael's shock is at least a solid indication that news about Isha and the bakery has not been circulating around Solvaria. I had feared that his abrupt arrival here would herald the arrival of more figures from my past, but for now it seems we might be safe. One crisis at a time is enough to deal with. Isha tugs at my dress. Mommy, who is this and why is he acting like this? Her eyes dart between me and Ishmael, unable to grasp the situation. Meanwhile, Ishmael continues to silently observe her, his face a tempest of emotions. His mouth opens and closes a few times as if he's searching for words, but the silence lingers. Gathering myself, I turn to the customer at the display case. She manages to fake a polite smile despite her face showing that she's wrapped up in unraveling this drama too. 2 Danishes, please. As I try to put her money in the cash register, I find my fingers trembling, hitting the wrong buttons over and over. I fumble with the change, coins slipping from my grasp and clattering onto the counter. Even my breathing sounds uneven and nervous, but the woman is patient, offering an understanding nod. Sorry about that, I manage to say, my voice shaky. It's just one of those days, you know? I hand her the order and she drops an extra $1 into my tip jar. As I watch her leave, a sense of relief washes over me. The bell over the cafe door jingles, announcing the arrival of another customer. I glance up and recognize the cheerful face of my best friend, Aya. She strides into the bakery, her vibrant energy palpable. But, as she approaches the counter, her smile falters, her eyes darting between Ishmael, Isha, and me. Honey, you look like you've seen a ghost, Aya comments, her tone light but her eyes concerned. Isha, forgetting her troubles for the moment, jumps off her seat at the counter. Aya! Aya! She squeals. Can I come over and watch cartoons? Aya breaks into a wide smile, bending down to scoop Isha into a hug. Isha usually spends afternoons at Aya's so I can clean up the shop. Aya sets her back on the ground and looks at me with concern. Liza, Aya says quietly, do you still want me to bring Isha back to my apartment? We could make ourselves more useful here. I don't mind helping you close up. She glances at Ishmael, no doubt recognizing him. People of Milas follow the royalty of Solveria like they're rulers of the island. I shake my head. No, it's okay, Aya, I tell her, doing my best to sound casual. You and Isha go ahead. Enjoy your afternoon together. I lean down to plant a quick kiss on Isha's forehead. As Aya turns to leave, her eyes dart nervously over to Ishmael one last time. Before she can voice another concern, Isha grabs her hand and excitedly drags her toward the door. Come on, Aya, she pleads while tugging insistently. They disappear out the door, the jingle of the bell marking their departure. Ishmael, still boiling with unspoken emotions, retreats to a corner of the shop. His shoulders sag, seemingly bearing the weight of the world as his eyes gleam with tears. The ferocity that he displayed walking through the door has disappeared, leaving only confusion. Meanwhile, my hands move mechanically as I assist the last few customers remaining in line. I flash polite smiles and exchange small talk, but my mind is fully occupied by the man in the corner. I see the final regular out to the street and lock the door behind them. I let out a heavy sigh as I flip the sign on the door to closed. I steel myself for the conversation that is surely going to follow before I turn around back toward Ishmael. There he sits in the corner, silently watching me as I approach. He stands at his full height, towering above me. His meticulously groomed beard accentuates his strong jawline. The broadness of his shoulders accentuates his powerful posture. He has grown into a gorgeous young man who exudes regal authority. I tell myself not to be captivated by his astonishingly handsome features. It will only make his judgment of me that much harder to bear. He finally breaks his silence, accusing me with a finger pointed at my face. So out with it. Has this all been some grand scheme, Liza? His accusations hit me straight in the heart. Ishmael, there's no game, there's no con. Aisha is your daughter, she's our daughter. I found out I was pregnant right after I fled. I couldn't marry Felipe, I just couldn't, but I couldn't come back either. I see his hands clenching tightly, turning his knuckles white. Was the story about Felipe even true? The mention of his name makes me shudder. How can you ask that? Of course it was. You think I'd lie to you? He shoots me a skeptical look, raising his eyebrows sardonically. You did about this, right? I shake him off and continue before I get derailed. I was supposed to marry Felipe. He was waiting for me at the altar. I never showed up. I couldn't. Because you were pregnant with my child. I shake my head. No, there was just so much going on at once. I didn't know how to tell you or anyone else. So I ran. I left everything. I started a new life for myself and for Isha. My eyes search his, hoping he can finally start to understand why I made the decisions I did. You should have chosen to marry me, Liza. At that moment, when everything seemed uncertain, you had the opportunity to be honest with me. Whatever was happening, I was there. I could have helped you. Instead, you left. I wish I could explain everything to him, but I hold my tongue. Until I know where Felipe and my parents are, it's not wise to speak ill of them. Even if it makes me look heartless, I have to keep Isha safe. You should have married me then, he reiterates. So by God, you are going to marry me now. My heart skips a beat. You can't be serious, I tell him, my voice trembling with disbelief. After all that, you still want me to marry you? No, not really, he spits out, but you're going to anyway.
Chapter 11. Ishmael. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Liza would rather our child have no father instead of marrying me, especially when it's her route to having a legitimate claim to her family's diamond mine? What kind of logic is that? My jaw clenches and my eyes narrow as I stare at her. The woman I used to love so passionately doesn't want to give our child the father she deserves. And she never has, or else she would have come back. She must be crazy. All that time away did something to her senses, or maybe she never had them. With my fists balled, I shrink the distance between us step by step until Liza's back bumps into the table. Her hands clench against the edge of the tabletop, eyes wide and chin slightly upturned. Am I not good enough for her? Or maybe she thinks she's not good enough for me, but she couldn't be more wrong. Although if she's trying to push me away, she's doing a good job of it. Stop it, Ishmael, Liza whispers, frowning deeply. I don't like it when you get like this. I never have. I don't care what you like or don't like. I've stopped caring about that for a very long time. Her big hazel eyes, once the most beautiful things I had ever seen, gloss over with a thin layer of tears. However, she keeps her chin held high and continues matching my gaze. She's not as timid as I remember. No, she's grown to be a headstrong woman, from what I can tell. Unfortunately for her, the years changed me as well. There's a steel barrier that encapsulates my heart, unwilling to falter for anyone, not even her. You stole my child away from me. Why can't you understand the gravity of your actions? I ask. I should be spending time with my child right now. Instead, I had no idea that she existed in the first place. Liza remains quiet. Finally, she drops her gaze and turns away, raising a hand to her face. Before she slips away, I reach out and grab her wrist, pulling her attention back toward me. I'm not done speaking. If you know what's good for you, Liza, you will marry me and you won't put up a fight about it. And if I don't? Liza grits her teeth before yanking her wrist out of my grasp. You can't force me to do something I don't want to do. Suit yourself. You can be stubborn if you want. Just know that you'll be losing custody. Fury simmers within my body. It's incredible how life can change so drastically. This is the woman I would have died for long ago. That awakens something in Liza's eyes. Suddenly, she whips her head toward me. What do you mean? Liza shakes her head. Aisha is my world. You can't take her from me. I have more than enough grounds to do so. I can provide her with a better life, a better education. Ishmael, you're being cruel, she says, voice wavering as the tears start coming in. Please don't do this. Don't take my daughter away from me. Please. Then you should do the right thing and marry me. It's that simple. Marry me and we both do well. And the mine can be hers as well. Mine? There's a diamond mine. It's your family's, but the ownership is contested. If the two of us vie for it together as a unit, it's as good as ours. But would that mean my family? I don't want them to know. You don't want them to know you're with me? Even after all this time, you make no sense. No, it's not that. It's because of our closeness, I can hear the way her breath staggers and how her fingers tremble. This was once her dream, or was that a lie? Whatever it is, you know what's best for you and you know what's best for our daughter. And it's getting married. The sooner the better. Fine. Liza drops her hands to her sides, shoulders slumping. I'll marry you. If that means you won't separate me and Isha, then all right, I'll do it. Smart choice. I've won, but at what cost? Liza will marry me, but begrudgingly. I once imagined this to be a much more joyous affair, One where she leaps into my arms and we kiss over and over again, like the way we used to. Instead, I feel nothing but bitterness embedding itself within my heart. She's taken too much from me. Can I ask a favor at least? Liza's words aren't confident. Can we wait a bit until I introduce you to her formally? She picks at her bottom lip with her teeth, peeling away the skin that she's been gnawing at since the beginning of this conversation. I furrow my eyebrows together. Why would I do that? This is a lot for her to adjust to. She's just a child. This might confuse and upset her if we don't go about this carefully. The fact that she's still trying to put distance between myself and my daughter is too much for me to handle right now. This only fuels the fire in my soul. I raise my hand to grip her chin between my fingers, an action that causes her to flinch. She swallows hard as I force her to stare at me. You've got a lot of nerve to ask me that right now, I whisper, gritting my teeth. How can you ask me to do that when you've already taken so much from me? This isn't about you, Liza spits out, glaring. It's for Isha's well-being. I care about her so much. I would never want to hurt her, she insists. Do you think separating her from her father was the right decision then? I tilt my head, wondering if she'll make an attempt to excuse her actions. Yeah, we both know the answer to that one. You don't understand, she mumbles. My hand drops from her face as if I've touched acid. You what? You ran away and never gave me the chance to be a father to her? I will meet her tonight. Over dinner. Tonight, Liza sputters. That's so soon. How am I going to explain it? She's 7. You'll figure it out. She just needs to know how I'm her father. Crossing my arms over my chest, I send her a pointed glare. Although she opens her mouth to speak, she quickly closes it and turns away. Liza wipes her hands on her clothes and starts cracking each one of her knuckles. She's nervous. I'm glad I still have an influence on her emotions. So it's settled then. We're having dinner tonight at your home, and you'll officially introduce us. This should be a happy occasion, but Liza sucked out any joy I could have had the moment I found out that she has hid my daughter from me for all these years. Liza's tongue swipes over her teeth. I don't have much of a choice. No, you have no choice. She trails off, glancing out the nearest window. Confused, maybe even a little afraid. I don't know. This is a lot for any child to comprehend. I didn't want things to go down this way. Me neither, but you forced my hand, I reply bluntly, earning me a glare. I should have known about her from the start. You should have married me from the start. Please don't, shaking her head, Liza sighs. Stop taunting me with this. I'm doing what you want. That should be enough. It will never be enough, Liza. You destroyed me once, and I didn't think I could hurt more than that. But congratulations, you found a way. When she told me she didn't love me, she was already growing our child in her womb. We can have dinner at my home, sure. It's an apartment here in the same building as the shop, so not far. She hesitates. But please, try to behave yourself in front of Isha. I scoff. What? I'm not going to flip the dinner table in her presence, for God's sake. That's not what I meant, she replies quickly. I don't want you acting with hostility in front of her, that's all. I don't want my child to see that. She won't. I want to be a role model for my daughter. Now that I know she exists, I hope you're willing to do the same. Liza nods. For Isha's sake, I'm willing to do anything, as long as it makes her happy. Yeah, it's good to know that we're on the same page about something. So many questions remain in my mind, but this isn't the right time to ask them. Soon enough, I'll try to make sense of everything.
Chapter 12. Liza. This is your home? I close the door behind Ishmael as he steps into our small apartment. He eyes our humble surroundings with suspicion. He must think I still have access to the family nest egg. I knew that leaving Silveria meant giving up more money than I would ever make back in my own lifetime. How can I even begin to explain to him the hell I would have to endure if I had stayed? This meager apartment is like a grand estate compared to the closets and cellars I was locked inside. I simply shrug. It's all we need. He grunts and continues his inspection. I walk over into the kitchen and reach for my phone. It only rings once before I hear Aya's voice. And then I look around to make sure there's no sign of Ishmael when I answer. What's going on? Aya is asking frantically on the other end of the line. Do you need an extraction? If you're in danger, use the word avocado in a sentence and I will ring the police. No, it's okay, I reassure her. I'm back home, I'm fine, but I'm exhausted. It was just really stressful, you know? So I think I'm just going to stay in tonight and get some rest. You can go ahead and send Isha home. There's a pause on the other end. That man, he's Prince Ishmael, isn't he? Yes. And he's the spitting image of Isha. I guess so, from a certain angle, I reply. My tone is completely unconvincing. Even after all these years, their resemblance is uncanny. Is he... Her voice trails off. I sigh. He is just who you think he is. We'll talk later. I'll walk Isha home in a minute, Aya tells me. But are you 100% certain you don't want her to bring along any avocados? I'm sure. Thank you, Aya. I hang up and look around the kitchen. I am uncertain of what kind of dinner one makes for this sort of occasion. I decide to just go with spaghetti. As the steam of boiling water fills the kitchen, I peek around the corner at Ishmael. He's walking around our tiny living room engrossed in the framed photos of Isha. One by one, he approaches each picture and drags a wistful finger across the glass. Seeing him treat the pictures with such tenderness pulls at my heart. His rough exterior is suddenly pierced by a gentle sadness. It is like catching a fleeting glimpse of the sensitive boy I fell for all those years ago. Watching him, I can't help but admit to myself that I never stopped loving him. The years apart have not dulled the sharp pangs in my heart. And now, seeing him here after all this time, I realize my love for him grew in his absence. The realization knocks the breath out of me, especially seeing his child every day. I stumble back into the kitchen to stir the pasta sauce. As it simmers, my thoughts start to spiral. Did I make the right decision, keeping Isha hidden all these years? The fear of returning to Solveria had become a driving force in my life. I was afraid of what would happen if my past life caught up to me. I was afraid that Isha would be taken from me. I was afraid of admitting the truth. But was it right for my fear to impact Aisha's life as well? I denied her the chance to know her father. I denied her the chance to know where she came from. Watching Ishmael, seeing his tenderness, I instantly regret all the years that I could have seen them playing together. I imagine her little hand in his walking through the park. In my mind, I can even see the three of us as a real family. But then the dark thoughts creep back in. I start to scan that perfect image for sinister clues in the background. I would never have been free, I tell myself. They would have always been looking for us. Isha didn't need that in her life, and neither did Ishmael. And besides, I wasn't meant to marry a prince. He's royalty. And I'm the daughter of a whore, as my stepmother liked to remind me every chance she got. That's the only thing I can tell myself that makes it hurt less. Just as the pasta reaches al dente, I hear the soft chime of the doorbell. I wipe my hands on my apron and swiftly move to answer it. Aya is standing on our doorstep, Isha in tow. She gives me a questioning look, craning her neck to look into the apartment. Are you sure you're okay, Liza? If you're under the weather, you know that you can come back to my place for dinner instead. I give her a reassuring smile. We'll be fine. Don't worry, really. Aya hands me Isha's bag. All right, but promise you'll call me in the morning, okay? Just to check in. The statement sounds casual, but her eyes convey a depth of concern that words can't. I nod, squeezing her hand briefly. Promise, I assure her. Aya gives me one last long look before turning to leave. The door closes behind her, leaving me and Isha alone for a moment. Did you have fun at Aya's? I ask Isha, while I help her remove her shoes. She nods. I colored you a picture. It's a unicorn. Aya let me use the permanent markers. She said I had to be extra careful since they weren't washable, but I was. I didn't even get any on my finger, that's how careful I was. Great job, sweetie. I'm so proud of you. As we step back into the living room, Isha's eyes widen in surprise to see Ishmael, the mysterious man from the shop earlier, standing right there in our home. She looks up to me for reassurance, so I place my hand on her shoulder. Ishmael opens his mouth to speak, but nothing comes out. His eyes dart toward me, filled with a sudden helplessness. I can see him struggling, grappling for words, for the right way to begin. An awkward silence fills the room, broken only by the distant simmering of the pasta sauce. Isha, sweetie, come with me for just a moment, I tell her. I squeeze her shoulder and gesture her toward her room. I need to tell you something very important. We sit cross-legged together on her fuzzy pink rug. Isha, who do you think that man out there is? I don't know, she says, but he told me he owns a boat. I nod, smiling at my sweet little girl. He does own a boat. He owns a lot of boats, actually, because he's a prince. Not like the ones in your storybooks either. He's a real prince. Wow, she whispers. And he's something else, I add. Isha, that man out there is your father. We haven't been able to be together because real princes have a lot of responsibilities. He had to stay in his kingdom and help his people, but now he's finally come here because he wanted to take care of you. Isha is silent for a long while, processing all the information she just received. Then her eyes widen. Does that mean you're a princess? I let out a melancholy chuckle. No, I'm just the same old Liza I've always been, a simple baker. But do you know who is a princess? You are. I'm a princess? She can barely contain her wonder, but then her face scrunches in contemplation. But why did it take him so long to come? Didn't he want to see me? I feel a lump growing in my throat. It's not that he didn't want to see you, don't ever think that. It was just that Mommy couldn't be in the same place as him. Mommy had to stay here, for us. Isha scoots over and places her head on my shoulder. Then I'm glad I was here too, but Mommy? Yes, dear? What if he doesn't like me? What do you mean, honey? That's impossible. What if he's mean like he was in the shop? If he's bad, I don't want him as my daddy, even if he's a prince. I take her face in my hands. Listen to me. I want to make you a promise. I didn't do everything right before. I tried, but now I think I messed some things up. But I promise that it was never because of anything about your father. He's a good man, I promise. You're half him, so he has to be. She sniffs and nods. Okay, Mommy, I'll try. I open the bedroom door and watch Isha slowly walk into the living room. Ishmael stands up from the couch. Hi, Isha. My name is Ishmael. Ishmael, that's like my name. Her voice is shaky. Are you really my daddy? Ishmael kneels down to look her in the eyes. I am, and I'm very happy to meet you. Me too, she says, looking down at her shoes. The kids at school ask me questions sometimes because I didn't have a dad. But now I do. I slump against the wall of Isha's room, overcome by grief at what I've put them both through. My chest heaves with silent sobs as I try to not draw attention to myself. I wrap my arms around my knees and let the tears flow.
Chapter 13. Ishmael. Isha stares up at me. It's hard to think of what to say to the daughter you just met. I have a hard enough time holding conversations with adults that I've known for years. I shoot an unsure glance toward the doorway, but Liza has disappeared from view. Have you really seen whales, like you said? All the time. But how did we get on the topic of whales? I try to rack my brain. It's been a long day. I know that was you at the fountain. I am very smart, she replies. Was that true, or were you trying to impress me? Maybe you knew you were my daddy. Yes, it's true. I smile and kneel down closer to her. I didn't recognize you because we had never met, but I knew right away you looked like me. I wouldn't have known that you'd be so big. I'm the tallest girl in my class, she says proudly. You get that from me. I was tall when I was younger, too. It means you'll grow up to be strong. I tap my bicep, which makes her giggle. She nods. When you come to Solveria, we can sail out and watch them together. She jumps up and down. Yes, what else can we do there? I stroke my beard for a moment. Well, we have beaches. You can splash in the water and build sandcastles, but you have beaches here, too. I think about home, although it's hard to think about anything apart from my new daughter. We have mountains that you can hike on. There are forests where you can listen to the most beautiful bird songs. And because you're my daughter, you also get to come to the palace. A palace, she whispers, her eyes lighting up. When I'm at the palace, will everyone call me a princess? I laugh. Of course they will. She shuffles her feet on the carpet. Could I be a prince if I wanted? Princesses are okay. But princes get to fight dragons and help people. If I was a prince, I could protect Mommy. I place my hand on her arm. You can be whatever you want. The most beautiful princess in the world, or the strongest prince in all the land, or the strongest princess, or the most handsome prince. You can be whatever you want, and I'll be there to see it all forever. Do you promise? I promise, I tell her, crossing my heart with my hand. You don't have to protect your mom because I am here to protect you both. Even though you were mad at Mommy, she looks very worried about this. She told me it was all her fault you couldn't be with us, and you were mad at her in the bakery. If you're too mad at her, I can take care of her instead. I wrap my arms around her. Your mother and I have had a misunderstanding, and we are going to make it better. Because we both love you so, so much. We will make it better for you. Do you and Mommy love each other? I hear her muffled voice ask. I look up and see that Liza has stepped out of the kitchen. She watches us hesitantly. In her face, I can see all the years of pain and worry that she's carried, the anxiety that comes with ensuring the safety of someone so small and precious. As Isha nestles against my chest, I start to understand Liza's mindset a little better, but I can't understand her actions, which means I can't forgive them either. I don't know why she left, and I don't know why she never came back. Still, I pat Isha on the head and answer through gritted teeth. Yes, we love each other. Really? She asks, smiling. Of course. That's why we're going to get married. Very soon. We'll get married in Solvaria and ride home from the wedding in a carriage pulled by white stallions. And you can look out from the window of the carriage and see your homeland, while all the people cheer for us. Liza steps into the room. Let's worry about that later, she says curtly. Right now, it's time for dinner. Isha, go wash your hands. The girl excitedly races off toward the kitchen. Liza gives me an odd sideways glance. Come on. As I settle down at their small dining table, I'm struck by the coziness of their little home. The mismatched tableware captures my attention. Liza clearly cobbled together a set from whatever secondhand sources she could find. Everything in her home and her shop has been scavenged. It's mystifying to think that she chose this life over her place in high society. Isha plops down beside me at the table, her feet barely touching the floor. Thank you for making dinner, Mommy. Spaghetti's my favorite, Isha exclaims. Can I have some veggies too, please? Her politeness takes me by surprise. I get a begrudging feeling of admiration for the care that Liza has taken to instill manners in our daughter. I get a pile of noodles on my own plate, along with some chopped carrots and a scoop of mashed potatoes. I use my fork to carefully ensure that all three parts of the meal have their own. Neat little area with space in between. I can feel Liza's eyes on me and look up at her, expecting some sort of comment. Instead, she tilts her head to the side and directs my vision toward Isha's plate, where the food is also in three neat piles. She sighs. I finally know where she gets it from. As we enjoy our first family dinner together, I continue to spot other similarities between Isha and myself. Her posture, straight and elegant at the table, mimics my own. Every so often, she gently taps her fork on her plate while chewing, a nervous habit of mine that I hadn't even noticed until now. I ask her to tell me more about her school and her friends. I can hear traces of Liza's storytelling and her radiant laugh. It's a sound I haven't heard in almost 8 years, but I would recognize it anywhere. Liza herself begins to relax as the meal goes on. We center the conversation on Isha's accomplishments and interests, which allows us to avoid confronting our issues. At one point, Liza even smiles directly at me, while I'm telling a story about my own childhood. When we reach the end of dinner, I lean back in my chair. Thank you for the wonderful meal. It is really nice sitting down together like this, I confess. Isha looks up at me. Do we get to have dinner like this at the palace, Daddy? Hearing her call me that fills my heart until it's practically bursting. Absolutely. No matter what, we will always eat together as a family, I promise. And I think we've waited long enough, don't you? I don't see why there isn't any reason we can't get married this weekend. Liza winces at my suggestion. Let's not make any decisions just yet. Right now, let's just worry about getting someone ready for bed. Isha pushes her chair out. Come on, Daddy. You can see my room. I follow behind her, stopping for a moment to shoot a puzzled look back at Liza. She silently shakes her head before gathering up the plates to put in the washer. Isha guides me through her bedtime routine. She picks out her pajamas, arranges her stuffed animals on the bed, and then skips into the bathroom to brush her teeth. When she returns to her room, she pulls a well-worn book out from underneath her bed and hands it to me. I get to hear a poem before I go to bed, she explains. Liza enters the bedroom as I thumb through the book. She pulls the blankets up to Isha's chest and kisses her on the forehead before sitting down on the bed next to me. She puts a finger down on a page. That's a good one, she says. I clear my throat and read. Underneath the blanket of the twinkling night sky lay a land where dreams and moonbeams lie. In this land, there's no worry, no reason to weep. It's a magical place where that you go when you sleep. So close your eyes, my dear. It's time to take flight. We'll travel past stars into the blackest night. Take my hand and dive into the slumber so deep to arrive at the land where the moonbeams sleep. I close the book and silently sneak out of the room. Liza follows me and quietly closes the door. She leans her head against it and whispers, Don't. Don't what? I reply. She turns around. Don't just show up and whisk her away to some strange land. We have a life here, Ishmael. It's not the kind you think we should have. I can see that in the way you look at our home. But it's ours. It's all she's ever known. Give her a chance to say goodbye to it. Give her time. I stare at her. Time isn't a luxury I feel like wasting at the moment. When I'm making up for so much lost time, I start thinking about all of the new people in Solvaria the new princess will have to meet. But bringing that up now could complicate things. We can get married without moving to Solvaria here on Milas. She can be a part of the ceremony, and it can help her adjust to everything. And her birthday is in a few weeks. I don't want her to leave before then. So we'll get married in 2 weeks, have a birthday, and a little after that, go back to Solvaria. Just as long as nothing happens in between. With Liza, that's a big if. Chapter 14. Liza. I need to make a list. I look at Ishmael. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. I do that when I'm tired. There is too much to do, too much to remember. I need to write it down. I grab a pad and a pen. First on the list is the shop. Second is the school. Tears fill my eyes. Something upsetting you, Liza? I can't tell if he's mocking me or genuinely concerned. No, I'm fine. I'm just thinking about Aisha having to say goodbye to her friends. Well, if she'd been brought up in Solvaria, she wouldn't have to. I throw the pen down on the table. Excuse me, and keep your voice down. She's sleeping. Fine, I'll keep my voice down, but you chose this. His voice is low, but his anger is unmistakable. It's almost worse than listening to him shout. Every word is dripping with cold, hard disgust. Just tell me, why did you choose Felipe? I didn't. I told you I didn't marry him. Then why did you leave? You can't explain yourself? I never believed you that day when you said you didn't love me. I always thought there was something else. He stares at me, but it's not all anger. I can see the hurt in his eyes. I did love him, but I can't tell him why we couldn't be together. My family, my lineage, my life with my parents. I can't believe you chose all of this. The shop, this tiny dark apartment over me, I could have given you everything. My apartment is small, but it's mine. I sit up a little straighter. He ignores me and starts pacing back and forth. Admittedly, there isn't far to walk before he has to turn around. But the vast majority of the human race doesn't live in palaces. Where was my daughter born? What? Why? I'm entitled to know. Are you now? Yes, and what about her education? She gets very good grades. Good grades, I don't doubt. But what kind of schools are there out here? She should be raised properly. I am raising my daughter. Our daughter. Properly. He shakes his head and stares off. She should have been raised in the palace, not here. The contempt in his voice is obvious. Despite my best efforts, I cringe. He spins and looks right at me. How did you do it, though? You must have had your inheritance to live on. So why live in squalor? Were you penniless? Did you sell? His eyes run up and down my body. I cross my arms across my chest. No, not for the shop or anything else, ever, if that's what you were asking. Will you just tell me why? You won't explain anything. You won't let me talk. He throws himself down in a chair. I don't say anything. He widens his eyes and throws out his hands in frustration. Look, Ishmael, I don't know what to say, and there's a lot I can't tell you. I can't talk about why I left, about my mother's low-born status. Even if I didn't marry Felipe, I still have that blotch on my name. I can't let Aisha's life be picked apart. We'd be the ones who sullied the royal name. Sure, there's Prince Alexis, but that's different. He's the son of a king, so it doesn't matter who his mother is. But for me, it does matter. I can't tell Ishmael any of that. Will you give me something, Liza? Anything, please. It's hard to say no to the pleading look on his face. She's bright and funny. I feel a single tear slide down my cheek. She's the light of my life. She's why I was born. I know that now. I point to the end of the table. When she was little, she'd sit in her high chair while I baked long into the night. Before the shop, I had a cart. She was such a happy baby. People would stop by to see her and buy something. It was great. So, she was good advertising, a company mascot? Is that what you're telling me? I'm telling you that we were happy. Without me. Yes, and isn't it better that she's happy in any circumstances? I intend to hold back absolutely nothing. You don't know what we've been through, what it took to raise her, build my business. That was your choice. He's quiet now. Just please tell me why. Why did you keep her from me? Don't you think that was selfish on your part? My chest tightens. I feel the tears coming but force them back down. All I can say is everything I did for Isha. I don't buy that. You know I could have given her everything. Kids don't need everything. They need love, to be loved unconditionally. And I'm not capable of that? I can't answer. He I don't even know anymore. But there's his family to think about too. I rub my face with my hands and look at him. I think we both need to cool off. It's been a long day. That's the understatement of the century. All my worries and stress since the day I realized I was pregnant have suddenly broken loose and landed in my living room. The life I built and loved is gone. I have no idea what the future holds, only that it's completely out of my control. Can we just take a break, please? Go to your hotel or wherever it is you're planning to stay. You can see Isha tomorrow. I'm not leaving. This is still my house. I wouldn't put it past you to sneak off in the middle of the night again. I want to scream at him, but I don't have the energy. I bolt into my bedroom and grab a blanket out of the closet. When I go back into the living room, Ishmael is standing near the door. I hurl the blanket at him. Sleep wherever you want. I would recommend the couch, but you might want to move it in front of the door to prevent us from running off. Although there are still the windows to worry about, I suppose. I turn and go back to my bedroom, shut the door and lock it. Then I brush my teeth like each tooth has committed a grave personal injustice against me. I lie awake in bed for a long time. I don't usually have trouble sleeping, but in the rare instances I do, I like to be productive. Usually I clean. That way, the next day, if I'm tired, at least the house is extra spiffy. I can't really do that with our uninvited guest, or can I? I throw an oversized t-shirt over the camisole and panties I was attempting to sleep in, and I creep into the living room. So what if I wake him up dusting? I would get out the vacuum, but that could wake Isha and disturb the neighbors. A new fury rises up in me at seeing Ishmael asleep on the couch. He showed up, caused all this trouble, and has the nerve to sleep like a baby while I lie awake fuming. He sighs and turns slightly, still asleep. I stare at him, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the small amount of light coming in through the window. He looks so peaceful, so happy. He looks more like the boy I once loved and less like the man who is furious with me. He looks like Isha. I go down the hall and peek into her room. There is so much of their profile that is the same. Her features are more delicate, but no one would ever doubt she was his daughter. She's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. What am I going to do? I go back to my bed and pull the covers up under my chin. I can't run, I think. And he'd find me anyway. The thought didn't occur to me until Ishmael mentioned it, but it's not possible. If it was just me, I might be prepared to spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder. But that is not the life I want for my daughter. It has to be Ishmael's way. I guess I knew that from the moment I saw him in my shop. It's not just his money and status, it's what he does to me. It's hard to deny him anything, even now. I can do this, I whisper, positioning myself for sleep, as though it will come anytime soon. I say it out loud to make it real. I will marry him for Isha. I've always known I'd do anything for her. Now it's time to prove it. Chapter 15. Ishmael. Isha points to the pastries on display in her mother's shop. A proud smile graces her face. She and I have gotten closer in the days leading up to the wedding, the plans for which are well in motion. They're practically finalized. Thank God for wedding planners so that I don't have to think about the fact that the marriage isn't genuine. To get a diamond mine, I have to go through this landmine first. Mommy makes fresh ones every morning. If these don't sell, she gives them away for free at the end of the day. Or sometimes I'll eat them. It depends on what Mommy wants to do. These are all her original recipes, adapted from Solvarian tradition. Isha opens the sliding door and picks out a small creme puff with a single cherry on top of it. Then she hurries over and hands it off to me. Try it, you'll love it, she says, placing her hands on her hips when she deposits the treat in my palm. Mommy, it's the best baker around. She's so small compared to me. I know she is, I reply, popping the treat into my mouth. My eyes widen immediately, pleasantly surprised by the burst of flavor on my tongue. It's delicious. Of course it is! Mommy made it! Sometimes Isha tells me details about their lives that slowly bring together the pieces of the puzzle. The way they've established themselves here in Milas. Around my daughter, anger no longer clouds my judgment. I'm just curious about them. I can't help but think about what Liza must have gone through when she was pregnant. A woman goes through various physical, mental, and emotional challenges just to bring a new life into the world. And Liza did all of that by herself? Did she go to school? How did she provide for herself? I imagine she was alone. How was she able to handle a newborn? I've heard what people say about newborn sleep deprivation and how difficult it can be in the beginning. She must have suffered so much. Don't start pitying her now. She left you. She broke your heart and abandoned you without hesitating. She chose to do it all alone, and she could have chosen me. Are you okay? You went silent all of a sudden. Isha stares at me with a look that reminds me of myself. Her head tilts slightly to the side. I'm fine, I offer a smile. Don't worry about me. Just then my phone rings. It's Farley. As much as I hate to interrupt this chat with Isha, I want to know if he's managed to uncover anything about Liza or her family. So I put up a finger to tell her I'll be just 1 second and duck into a corner of the shop where I know she won't hear me. Farley, what's up? What did you get for me? I hear him exhale loudly on the other end of the line. Not much, unfortunately. There's no real trace of her leaving Solvaria. Every resource I tried made it seem like she just appeared in Milas one day. And what happened after that, I think you already know better than I do. I frown, not at all sure that's the truth. I can't get her to tell me anything, but I don't want to continue this conversation where Isha might overhear. So I thank him for his effort and quickly hang up. Why don't we take a walk outside together? The weather's perfect, I suggest when I approach her again. Isha agrees, taking my hand and guiding me outside the pastry shop. We walk around the neighborhood and she talks about her neighbors, an outdoor cat she likes to feed, and her friends at school. It's gradually dawning on me that I have a daughter, and she has a boisterous personality of her own. For so long, I thought I would never get to experience this sort of thing. I never pictured myself walking a child home from school or helping with homework. Now that I am, I find that I'm loving it. I hate math, Isha mumbles, leaning her chin on her hand as we look down at her homework. There's no point. I can't do it. Yes, you can. You just have to practice. I can help. I love math. Really? How? She leans back and crosses her arms over her chest. I'm never going to use fractions in my life. You will. You do already. Look at your mom's baking. That uses fractions all the time. Leaning over her paper, I gently take the pencil from her hand and point to the pizza with 2 out of 6 slices missing. How many pieces are gone? 2. And how many slices are there in total? 6. Isha perks up slightly. So 2 over 6. Yep. I write down the fraction lightly on her page so that she can erase my work easily later. But you can do more with this. It's called reducing. Scrunching up her nose, Isha shakes her head. I don't remember my teacher talking about that. Well, it's not too hard. You can always reduce even numbers down because they're divisible by 2. You see? Then it becomes 1 over 3, which is the same as 2 over 6. 1/3. I'm jotting everything down as I speak, but Isha doesn't look too pleased with my work. Instead, she sighs. I don't know if I'll ever get the hang of this, she says sadly. You will. It'll take a lot of practice, but it'll happen before you know it. She then stares up at me with her pretty eyes. Even though she looks a lot like me, her mannerisms remind me so much of Liza. Will you help me? She asks. I'll help you with whatever you need, I promise. I watch all week as she improves with her math lessons, the slow but steady work of teaching a difficult skill. And at the end of the week, I work with her on swimming. Aisha, be careful. It's okay, Mommy. Daddy taught me how to ride the waves with my body, Aisha exclaims, dashing toward the ocean in her suit. Liza sends me a look as I spread out a beach blanket for us to sit on, and she hands me a bottle of water. She's dressed modestly in a sundress with a wide-brimmed straw hat that protects her dark skin and eyes from the sun. When she moves her head quickly, her hat just misses whacking my face. Isha's birthday is in 3 weeks, Liza remarks quietly, over the sounds of laughter and the ocean waves crashing against the shore. I know that you want to take us back to Solvaria as soon as the wedding is over, but I would like to throw her a birthday party while we're still here. With her index finger, she traces patterns into the sand. Every now and then, I glance up to watch Isha splashing in the waves that draw close to the shoreline. Her reluctance to go deeper is apparent, but it keeps her close. All of her friends are here. This is her home. Liza gazes at me. Can you help me with her party? Is this something we can do for her? You want me to help with party planning? Liza, I'd love to. This would be my first official task as a father. Next up, sparkly dresses and fingernail painting, if the rumors are true. Really? Liza smiles weakly. This isn't going to interrupt any of your plans, right? And then I shrug. We can postpone the trip back to Solvaria. Why don't we go back 2 weeks after her birthday? I wouldn't want to overwhelm her with so much at once. I agree, Liza replies quickly. Thank you for this. It'll mean a lot to her. Staring at our daughter, we see she takes a particularly hard fall in the sand. However, Isha gets up quickly and returns to the sea. Mommy! Isha screams, waving her arm, before a wave hits her legs. Mommy, look at me! Good job, Isha. You're doing great. Liza flashes her a thumbs up, then grimaces as our daughter goes under another wave. We should have taken that leap toward parenthood together. That's how I wanted it to be. Now I have a lot of years to make up for. So much time I'll never get back. I'm grateful that Liza is allowing me to get to know my daughter at least. These aren't the best circumstances, but I'll make the most of them for now. It takes a few hours under the sun for Isha to exhaust herself completely. I carry her home in my arms while Liza carries the rest of our belongings. Once we're back in the quaint little home above the pastry shop, I gently place Isha on her bed. Behind me, I can hear some plates clattering and glasses clinking. Liza serves some pasta leftovers and offers a glass of red wine as a drink. Thank you, I say, accepting the plate from her. You didn't have to. Her movements are swift and gracious as she bustles across the kitchen. Of course I did. You're a guest, she replies, sitting across from me and folding her hands together. And I've been thinking about the party. A simple birthday party for Isha should suffice. She's not a fan of extravagant things. Funny considering she's the daughter of a prince. Liza laughs dryly. Yeah, well, she prefers flowers and small animals to jewelry and dresses. Maybe we can make her party flower-themed. She and her friends can spend time in the garden, making bouquets together. That sounds like a wonderful idea. As for the party food, what were you thinking? I can make the cake and the treats. I've always done that for her birthdays. Liza moves her food around the plate, not taking a bite. Then I see no reason to stop now. For the decorations, maybe we can all make a flower crown for her using her favorite flowers. She would love that. Liza stares at me, and just like that, I'm reminded of the times we used to share together when we were young and innocent, and so in love with each other. No matter the years, Liza's is still the same thoughtful, sweet woman who cares so much about the people around her. Nothing could take that from her. Not even the difficult life she's had since she left.
Chapter 16, Liza. Mommy, it's today, right? I wake up with a start. Aisha's face is about 6 inches from mine. I yawn, sit up, and look over at the clock. 7:15. Could be worse. Are we getting married today? Aisha's voice is practically vibrating. She's so excited. Yep, today's the day. I want to put my dress on. Not yet, I call after her as she runs out of the room, then force myself to get up to follow her. You have to eat first. I don't want you getting scrambled eggs on your beautiful dress. She sighs. Fine. But will you put on my princess bracelet? Of course. I put on a little bracelet with a diamond star that I bought from a Milas jewelry shop when I made my first profits from the store. It was an extravagance, but it was worth it. Just like she's worth it. Isha is so excited she can barely sit at the table. I pick at my own breakfast. I'm as anxious as she is excited. Over these past couple of weeks, pretending to be a family has been nice, dreamlike even. But we aren't a family. I have to keep reminding myself of that. Not really. We are a mother, father, and daughter, sure, but we are just going to have to learn to coexist. Aisha is between us, but Ishmael and I are totally separate. The only way for this to work is to share our daughter. There is a knock at the door while I am cleaning up the breakfast dishes. It's Aya, Mommy. Let her in, sweetheart. Isha runs to the door and opens it. She's become an expert with the locks. I hear Aya come into the kitchen. Almost ready? Not even close, I answer. Here, sit. Have some coffee. I'll get my dress, Isha yells and runs out. No, you won't, I call to her, and she turns back. I sit down in a chair. I'm already exhausted, and we haven't even left the house. Aya sits down next to me. I have the car, and I can take you today. Sound good? Sure, thanks. And I can take you anywhere. You get it? She looks at me deliberately, hoping I'll catch her meaning. I'm sure we could get a spot on the ferry. You don't have to do this. I know it seems fast. I just want to make sure it's what you want. You want the truth? Of course, always. The truth is that marrying Ishmael is all I've ever wanted. I breathe a sigh of relief, confessing it for the first time since I was a scared 18-year-old. We were so in love, and for Aisha's sake. Just checking, you just seem wound up. Nerves. Well, I'm your getaway car if you need one. I know this isn't easy. Thank you, Aya. Isha and I shower, and Aya helps us both with our hair and clothing. The makeup we save for the church. When we get out of the car into the burning noon sun, I'm glad we waited. The makeup would have slid right off. The wedding coordinator lets us in. It is wonderfully cool inside, probably thanks to the massive amounts of marble lining the walls. We can hear the waves crashing on the beach below. Look! Aisha's pointing to the flowers at the end of the pews and the arch at the end of the aisle. Your bouquets! They're beautiful! We are led down a hallway into a tiny room. I hang up the dresses and Aya whips out her makeup kit. She does Isha first. I was sure Isha would be disappointed with the understated, natural, completely age-appropriate look, but she seems to like it. Now you, Liza. Aya grins, and I get the feeling she's been looking forward to this. When I look at myself in the mirror, I gasp. I don't usually bother with makeup. I don't know a baker who would. Aya has enhanced all my natural features. My dark caramel skin is enhanced with glitter. Gold eyeshadow brings out the hazel of my eyes. I can't believe I can look like this. I don't know that I've ever felt more beautiful. We put on our dresses and then it's time. Inside, I'm quivering. Am I really going to do this? Marry Ishmael? Finally? It should be a dream come true, but it feels more like a dream ripped apart and patched back together. The ragged edges are still visible. Aisha and I walk down the aisle together. The small crowd is made up of the friends I've made on the island. I feel a pang of regret. It's not like I wanted my family here, but what I wanted always is a family that I would want to have here. We start with the silk rope. The officiant holds up a long length of cloth, which I always speculated about with girlfriends as a child in Silveria. Silk is soft but strong. May you both be soft for each other and strong for each other, as needed. He drapes it over our shoulders, and we nervously shuffle closer together. We turn and face each other. The officiant completes the circle of silk, locking us in. Ishmael, your vows, please. He clears his throat and looks ahead, lifting his eyes to meet mine. Liza, I came to find you thinking only of the years we lost. Now I stand here before you today, thinking only of the future. I gulp and raise my head, looking right into his eyes. Right now, he doesn't look angry. He looks like he cares. There are a lot of things I could promise you today. You know the usual. The audience laughs, and he grins. Even the officiant smiles. But I want to promise you above all that I will spend the rest of my life committed to you and our little family. Nothing is more important to me. I think he might actually mean it. I can't quite tell. I hope so. Liza, your turn, the priest says. Ishmael smiles at me. I've seen that smile before. It haunted me for years. And now I've seen it more often as we start getting along better, as we adjust to this new, strange life. He will be good to her, I remind myself. I pledge to make our family the best it can be, and all the usual, too. To be there for you, to be committed, to care about the both of you. I wish I had actually thought longer about the vows, but it was too difficult to sit down and actually contemplate which promises would be real and which would be fake. I decided to wing it, and, like most of my plans, it turned out mostly okay. We drink from the same cup together when we exchange rings, and we promise to love, honor, and cherish each other. The way Ishmael looks at me, I wish so much that he actually means it. But I know it's for show. You may kiss the bride. I realize we didn't discuss this in advance. Everyone is staring at us. We have to. Ishmael looks at me, but I can't tell what he is thinking. I close my eyes, and he pulls me in close. When our lips collide, it's like all the years fall away, all the years and everything else. There's just him and me and the familiar electricity racing through me. I knew I missed it, but I didn't know how much until right now. Gross! Isha's assessment breaks through our, well, probably just my reverie. I look up to see Aya grimacing. Sorry, she mouths. Ishmael unwraps the silk from his body and drapes it around me. So, I guess we'll keep this for posterity. I mean, not for purposes of posterity, But to keep, I stammer out. Good luck, make babies, Ishmael says in a thick Solvarian grandma accent. That's what my mother's mom used to always say about the prosperity silk, laying it on the bed on that first night. I couldn't believe an adult spoke like that. I can't keep myself from letting a little gasp out. I still can't believe it. You don't have to worry. I meant the part about honoring you. I don't expect that, unless you actually want to. No, no, no. The words shoot out of my mouth. He nods. I mean, thank you for that. I really do want this to work, he says. For Isha. However we get along as parents, that's all that matters. My hopes deflate again. That's exactly what I want, I assure him. And speaking of which, here's our daughter. Aisha has wriggled out of Aya's grasp and comes running up as we walk back down the aisle. Come on, let's go! Mommy, Daddy, there's a party! She grabs both of us by the hand and all but drags us out of the church. We follow her, laughing. Once outside, I understand her impatience. She lets go of my hand and spins, showing her father how the many layers of tulle in the skirt of her dress flare out. The reception is small and relatively simple, about as far as you can get from a royal wedding. But it feels right. It feels like Milas. I don't know how many more times in my life I'll see it. When we feed each other cake, the guests urge us to kiss again, and we comply with a shrug. The same thrill rushes through me, followed by the same burn of disappointment at the fact that it's a farce. The rest of the afternoon I do my best. Isha is obviously having the time of her life, and watching Ishmael with her fills me with great hope. We all dance together like a family. Then Ishmael and I have to dance alone, slow, in front of everyone. I love it. But it's as joyful as it is painful. The last Solvarian tradition is the wedding contract. We sign it and then all of our guests sign the back. Our wedding is so small that we have room for everyone, even with Isha writing her name very large in purple across the top. The officiant rolls it up and snaps a rubber band around it. Ishmael tucks it in his jacket pocket. So it's done, he says, smiling. I don't know what I'm hoping for. He's not going to fall to his knees and profess he really does love me. Yep, cross that one off the list.
Chapter 17. Ishmael. I can't sleep. Lying on the floor doesn't help matters, but that's not the reason for my insomnia. It's because up there, in the bed, is the woman who became my wife with a kiss. A kiss I can't stop thinking about. It's the night of my wedding, but here on the floor, it couldn't be further from a wedding night. Thank you. I can see and hear her saying those words after that life-changing, world-destroying kiss. As real as it felt and as real as I wish it were. I know rationally it was just for show. But my heart says otherwise. I would do anything for it to be real, though. I can't stop seeing the image of her in her wedding dress, with a long train trailing behind her and beaded sleeves off her shoulders. And all of my thoughts begin and end with that kiss. If only I could actually fall asleep and dream about it. I could make it last for a few hours longer. As the sun rises, my eyelids start to fall. Once I wake up a few hours later, I look up naturally to see if Liza's in bed, but it's empty. I put on my clothes and splash some water on my face, listening to the sounds of Liza and Isha in the kitchen. When Liza whisks a bowl of pancake batter, she has a way of making it look as graceful as a dancer. A streak of pale batter gets onto her elegant, dark hands, and I want to wipe it off of her just to feel her soft skin. Daddy, you're awake! Isha jumps into my arms, and I give her a kiss before sitting down at the table. Good morning, Ishmael, Liza says. She holds 2 plates, one in each hand, and she sets Isha's at her place and one in front of me. We're going to the beach today, right, Daddy? Isha says, practically bouncing out of her chair. Yes, we are, sweetheart. So hurry and eat. We're only leaving when you've eaten too, honey. At that, she makes quick work finishing her stack of silver dollar pancakes. She's tearing them with her fork, so I slide her plate over and cut them. Thank you, Daddy. Even if we're only married on paper, having Liza cook pancakes in the morning makes me feel like her real husband. Once we're finished, I gather up my plate along with Isha's. I'll take those from you, Liza says as she maneuvers around me. Her arm grazes my chest, and I find that having her as my wife, in reality or not, has intensified my desire for her. I've got it. You go eat. You've been cooking all morning. She gives me a little smile and pulls her chair out at the table while I wash. Let's go already, Isha calls out, already in her swimsuit with goggles on her head and pail in her hand. The beach is sparsely populated for such a beautiful day. A few dozen families dot the sand, some sitting on rows of folding chairs, others sitting on blankets. A group of children works together building sandcastles. Some take construction duty, while others carry water in buckets from the ocean to solidify their structures. Liza and I spread out our checked blanket together, and Aisha runs underneath it while it's billowing like a sail. Isha tries to help us set up the enormous blue and white umbrella, and Liza and I conspire to allow her to keep the illusion. Time to go swimming, Daddy! Come on! She's tugging on my shirt, pulling me toward the direction of the water. You too, Mommy! I'm going to stay up here on the blanket and watch the show. But you two have fun, okay? What show, Mommy? The show of you and your dad being silly in the water. Nah, I'll try to please the audience, I tell her before chasing after Isha. I look back and see her laughing at the two of us. Oh, Aisha says as she runs in. How's the water, little fish? Liza calls out. Cold. I splash my way toward Isha, then scoop her up while she shrieks with delight. I pretend I'm about to throw her and she screams and clings to me. Then I just let her drop gently back into the water. She laughs the whole time. We splash around in the water, practicing her strokes and bouncing up and down over the waves. You want to do something really fun, Isha? Yeah. She can barely contain her excitement, and she's splashing so much it's like it's raining all around her. Are you sure? Yes, tell me, tell me. So, it's a serious question. I look at her with mock sternness. Do you want to learn how to surf? She starts jumping up and down to the extent that she can while chest deep in the waves. Yes, I've always wanted to, since I was little. Well, you're in luck, because I got you something special. As we walk toward Liza, she straightens her sunglasses and hat, adjusting herself. Her body looks stunning against the white sand of the beach. Done swimming already? Of course not, I say, feigning scorn. What kind of dad would I be to stop the fun short? That would practically be child abuse. Isha runs up to her mother, tapping her on the shoulder repeatedly. Daddy's teaching me surfing. Liza's mouth slants downward. I can see her brow furrowing above her sunglasses while she chews her lip. It seems dangerous. I don't know if that's a good idea. It'll be fine, Liza. I'll be there the whole time. All I need after things get just a little more normal is to have some huge argument, especially one in front of Isha. Yeah, but still, the ocean isn't a game. She looks out at the water, skepticism and fear on her face. Please, Mommy. Maybe Liza's right. But now it's a question of whether I disappoint Liza or disappoint Aisha. And if I do a good job teaching Aisha, maybe I'll make both of them happy. So now, okay, just be really careful and come out if the waves are too big. I don't like this. Okay, Mommy. She gives me one last look. She'll be fine, I reassure her, hoping it's true. First, a little more sunblock. Isha dutifully presents herself to her mom, who wipes the white goo on her mocha skin. I could use a reapplication, I say to her. She pulls down her sunglasses. She rubs some into my back, and the feel of her hands is magnificent. I stop to enjoy it for a moment, although I'm careful not to let myself get too excited. I don't want my excitement to show to everyone on the beach. Once I'm coated up, I take both my board and Isha's out of the carrying case. Can I carry my board, Daddy? It's heavier than you might think, Princess. I'm strong. Like you said, princesses can be very strong, Daddy. Well, you can try. I place it in her hands with a skeptical look, while I hold most of the weight. She buckles slightly. Okay, you can take it. We start with just getting her comfortable on the board, getting on our stomachs, and floating. When's the hard part? She frowns as if disappointed that she's mastering surfing so quickly. although we haven't actually begun the surfing part. Just let's get used to the board first, and we'll get to the hard stuff fast enough. You have to do the easy things first. Okay. We paddle with our arms before balancing on our knees. She wobbles initially, but soon she's surprisingly steady. We stay that way for a while. I think I'm ready to stand. Okay, we'll try it out just a little bit. 1 second. I heave myself off my board, and I support her as she starts to stand up, letting her use my shoulders for balance. I might be ready to do it without you holding me now. I'll be here the whole time. I'll never let anything happen to you. I know. My heart soars. It's amazing that she trusts me so fully after knowing me for such a short time. But we're family. I work with her on standing on the board by herself as the light waves jostle it. She tumbles a few times, but I catch her. We keep practicing until she's more confident in her footing. Isha waves to Liza on the shore, and Liza waves back. But I see a little frown on Isha's face. You want her to see you, don't you? Yeah, Daddy's instinct. Let me go get her, okay? You just wait over at the edge of the water. Hey, collect some seashells for me. Isha nods, a little smile growing, and she scoots her way to the sand. I walk at a fast clip up to the shore, smiling at Liza and giving a wave. Your presence is requested, my lady. Oh, is it now? She's grinning. All I want to do is lay on the beach chair with her, exploring that gorgeous body, still remembering the feel of it after 8 years apart. But first things first. Our little girl wants you to see how good she is at surfing. Is she? She whispers. For her age? Actually, yeah. She must get it from you. I shrug, happy for the compliment. Liza gets up and follows me, walking with her hand dangerously close to mine. I lean over, pretending I'm looking off in the distance. See something interesting? I do. I quickly scoop her up in one motion, holding her waist and legs, and I haul her over my back. Ah, what are you doing? She's kicking her legs and waving her arms as we approach the water. Ishmael I, put me down this instant. I hurry toward the water just a few feet away. Your wish is my command, Liza. I drop her straight into the water like a cannonball. Ishmael, I can't believe you. Liza nods her head once she gets up. You're all wet, Aisha yells. Daddy, that wasn't nice. No, it wasn't. Want to help me get even, Aisha? Liza asks with a gleam in her eye. Isha nods enthusiastically. At that, Liza starts whipping up water and shoving it over me, and Isha does the same. Then they dunk me under the waves, lifting me up just as quickly. No! I scream, mostly for Isha's benefit. They collapse into laughter. Despite the flashbacks to my brother's torment as a kid, I'm laughing too. Okay, watch me surf now, Mommy. Now that I'm done with my revenge, that sounds great. Thanks for your help, Isha. You're welcome, she calls, already moving away from us to show off in front of her mom. We watch a few yards away as our daughter paddles out. She rises up shakily and then starts riding a little wave. It delivers her back to us, and I breathe a sigh of relief. That was great, Isha, I say. You want to go again? Yeah. Just one more time, Liza says. Her white bathing suit makes her warm brown skin look luminous. Her curls bounce as she claps for Isha. It's hard to look away from her. I turn to the water at the sound of splashing and gurgling. Help! Help me! It's Isha. I bolt toward her. Ishmael, go! Hurry! Liza runs into the water, but she can't swim very far. I dive in, looking underneath for Isha's blue and white striped swimsuit. I see the board, but not her. I stand again, surveying above the water. I hear a choked gasp. She's about 100 feet away. I swim faster than I have in my life. I can see her below the water and above it, but she's tumbling away fast. I swim more aggressively, almost out of breath, not knowing how much longer I can go. I reach out when I see her flailing legs. I've got you. That was scary, Daddy, she chokes, spitting out seawater as we get onto the beach. Liza covers Isha in kisses. Oh, thank God. I was so scared, Liza says as she squeezes our daughter tightly, as if she won't let her go. Liza's expression turns serious as she faces me. I think we're done for the day, Ishmael. I think I've had enough of surfing for a while, Isha says, looking down. Me too. I feel terrible. Isha starts collecting seashells on the beach, and she's soon forgotten all about it. Liza hasn't, though. She and I walk close together a few feet behind our little girl. The look of fear and anger on her face doesn't bode well. I'm sorry, Liza. Yeah, never do that again. Mostly, I'm just glad you got her. You learned an important lesson in parenting today. That it's like a horror movie? Sometimes. What the hell were you looking at anyway? I was looking at her, of course. Maybe she knows that already. But if my goal is to get in her good graces, the last thing I'm going to tell her is that she bears some responsibility because she's too beautiful to look away from.
Chapter 18, Liza. Can we go to the old burned church today? Ishmael looks at me and we both look out the window. The rain is still coming down in sheets. Rain is rare here, but when it rains, it usually pours. On days like this, Isha and I usually find a new recipe to experiment with, snug in our little apartment with the rain beating down on the roof. But today, I want to get out of the house, rain or not. Last night I lay awake listening to his slow, even breathing. I almost crawled out of bed onto the floor with him. You want to go to church? Ishmael's confusion is obvious. Like, to pray? I didn't know you were so religious. He pulls Isha onto his lap. It's more like a museum, I say. Some say it's haunted. Can we, please, Daddy? Of course, Princess. Isha and I wear our rain slickers and boots, while Ishmael, who only has warm weather clothes, makes do with one of our extra umbrellas. The parking lot of the church is a muddy mess when we arrive. Isha runs into a large puddle immediately. Without thinking, I grab Ishmael's hand and pull him back as if he'd jump too. He looks at me, smiling. Thanks, he says as he jerks his hand out of mine. No problem. Stop looking for signs, I remind myself. Is it so wrong to want this to be a real family, a real marriage, in every sense of the word? Yes, I tell myself sternly. When the truth about my past comes out, he'll never forgive me, and he'll never forgive me for concealing it. When Isha is done splashing in the mud, we make our way to the small chapel. What happened here? Ishmael is studying the decrepit building carefully. There's a whole story, I tell him. The place is deserted except for one lone volunteer named Valeria, sitting just inside the doorway. She looks up from her book, marks her place, then sets it down. Good morning. Have you been here before? Yes, Isha yells out, all the time. Ishmael shakes his head. My dad hasn't, though. How did the fire start? All of the wood inside is charred black. The burnt smell lingers in the air. The windows and roof were repaired, but there wasn't money or will to repair the inside. To this day, the cause remains a mystery. Talacorda did it, Isha blurts out. Valeria nods at Isha. Well, no one knows for sure. It happened so long ago. She explains the myths, followed by the scientific theory. Experts believe it was a lightning strike. Some say God was angry because women prayed to Talacorda to protect their husbands at sea, begging her to spare them. Some say Talacorda did it herself, taking a human form. There were reports of a strange pale woman who seemed to appear from out of nowhere on the docks. She would walk into the hills never to be seen again. The list of reasons is long, but most people agree that a witch never needs a reason. You are welcome to walk around. Thank you. My heart fills with pride for my daughter's good manners. Ishmael pulls out his wallet and stuffs 100 solvar note into the tip jar. Valeria has already gone back to her book. I'm sure she will be thrilled later when she notices. Aisha walks quietly to the hallway, the one that has the stained glass window we both love. When the church was restored many centuries later, the Historical Society commissioned a local artist for the window and gave him free rein. They expected to get an iconic religious image, but the artist created a piece with flowers and a brilliant rainbow arching over the mountain. Where does the rainbow end? I ask. Isha is smiling. Now, I know you know the answer to that, Isha. Where dreams come true, she answers dutifully. Ishmael, who is watching Isha intently, looks at me. When our eyes meet, I'm flooded with emotion. Can we see the spooky thing? Aisha's voice is just slightly louder than a whisper. It brings me back to reality, which I appreciate. I nod, but my heart starts thumping a little faster. I don't like the crypt. I can appreciate the history, but knowing there are all those rotting bodies on the other side of the stone freaks me out. In the center is a large tomb, a giant, creepy coffin holding the bones of the founder of Milas. Isha and I make our way around it. I study the worn carvings on each box, trying to imagine what life must have been like for the small order that made this tiny island their home. Boo! Ishmael's voice is a whisper, but it breaks the silence like the crack of a whip. I jump, nearly crashing into the crypt itself. Isha jumps too, laughing. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Liza. I was just joking. It's okay. He apologizes over and over again all the way back to the car. I really made an idiot out of myself, I think. The place is spooky, but I think it's just being on edge when he's around. Because he's around, that made me overreact. Of course, I can't tell him that. We head back into the nearest town to grab some lunch. The rain is relentless. How about the soup stop? Isha likes my suggestion. Ishmael can't agree quickly enough. He apologizes again and asks how he can make it up to me. I'll do anything. I consider asking him for a divorce, to leave and to never come back, so I don't have to have my heart broken again every single day for the rest of my life. But it's useless. Isha needs her father, and I can't deny he's good with her. Please stop mentioning it. I'm so embarrassed. He nods and mimes zipping his lips shut. Isha skips ahead of us in the rain. I'm just about to call out to her to wait when she stops in front of the cinema. When we catch up with her, she's staring at the poster for the latest kids movie. I suppress a groan. Can we go? Ishmael shrugs and nods with an expression that says, why not? The next show is in a little over an hour. We should have time to eat soup and come back. I nod with him. Yes, we can go. Let's get a ticket, then lunch. The soup, served in bread bowls, is just the ticket on a chilly, wet day. Isha insists on a taste test. When Ishmael holds out his spoon to me, I shake my head. I use my own spoon to scoop up some of his spearfish soup. When it's time for us to vote, we all pick Isha's tomato and rice. I exchange a conspiratorial glance with him. I'm glad we are on the same page. Sometimes you give the kid the win. The movie is not as bad as some I have endured over the years. Ishmael and I laugh at a joke clearly designed for the parents. What's so funny? I shush her and promise to explain later. When we walk out, the rain is finally letting up. On the drive back to town, the clouds start to burn off. A rainbow! Mommy, stop! All right, hold on, there's a lookout up ahead. I pull into the small parking lot. A path through the woods takes us to a large rock, which has a sturdy railing on all edges. On an ordinary day, you get a spectacular view of the seashore and ocean. Today, there is also a brilliant arc across the sky. Wow. You know, I think that rainbow might end in Solveria. Ishmael squats down and wraps his arms around Isha. He points and looks back up at me. I force my eyes back to the view. You mean dreams come true in Solveria, really? Isha asks. I look back down. Ishmael is also studying me, waiting for my answer. It's certainly possible. I mean it. For my daughter. For me, not so much.
Chapter 19. Ishmael. Daddy, I have to show you this. Isha is running back and forth in the bakery, introducing me to her favorite pastries. Of course. So, this is a Solvarian rose thorn pocket, which is my absolute favorite. But I also love this one. She points to a mouth-watering dome of dense pastry, frosted with pink and topped with the blueberry. This is called Marble Delight. She then runs to the little alcove of books, where she likes to hide, pretending she's a worm who doesn't eat, but rather gets her energy from reading. She loves having tea parties with me and her dolls, where her dolls serve the tea. We played a game she invented that involved throwing rolls like a shuttlecock and using books as the paddles. We only have a week left until Isha's birthday, and her excitement grows by the day. Liza has folded me into the process, and my designated role seems to be the wrangler of Isha's decision-making. So, little one, what balloons do you want for your party? We're walking to Milas Merriment, a huge emporium of party supplies that Isha begs to go to regularly. Her best friend, Paulette, is walking with us, holding Isha's hand. I don't know, Daddy. I like flowers, but I also like dolls and unicorns. I think I need to see what they have before I decide, Isha says, watching the red brick buildings and cobblestones surrounding us as we head to the store. Paulette is more reserved than usual. At the zoo in High Point Park, a nature preserve at the peak of Milas's highest mountain, she was irrepressible. Paulette stops Isha to enfold her in a hug, so tight it looks painful. I'm going to miss you so much, Isha. We will see each other again. Daddy has already said you guys can visit, and I can visit you. She adopts a reassuring smile, even as her eyes show the sadness she's hiding. I can't believe how strong she is. Liza and I have both been trying hard to keep her mind off it to make sure she is having fun. We've been taking day trips and playing traditional Solvarian games. She was especially proud to show me the first house that she and Liza lived in. After we buy all sorts of paper decorations at the party store, and we've taken Paulette home, we're helping Liza at the shop. It's as much for my benefit as Liza's. I love to watch Liza as she works, especially mixing ingredients and placing all of her delicate creations on display with love. When she's combining ingredients, she gets this strong look of concentration where her forehead crinkles and she scrunches up her nose. She's in back today, and I'm holding down the fort in front with my little helper, Isha, beside me. Although I've let Isha believe that she's the manager and I'm the assistant, in some ways it's true. Daddy, you look funny, Aisha says as Liza goes through the swinging doors to place some pastries. I watch as she tries to hold in her laughter. I do? Why? Is my face different? No, you know why, Daddy. Oh no, do I still have hair? Yes, just not on your face. I shaved my signature facial hair to make myself even more anonymous for the last few weeks that we're here. I think Liza is such a respected member of the community, and there's always been an implied understanding that she's escaping something, that my identity has thankfully flown under the radar. I want to keep it that way. Oh, that's right. I knew it was something. I walk over to Isha and give her a small tickle, which makes her laugh. Do you not like that I shaved? Am I no longer a handsome prince? You will always be a handsome prince, Daddy, Isha says. Just, you look more like a handsome little boy prince now. Hey, I'll take it. I'm ringing up a customer who bought a box of solstice cookies, a traditional Milas delicacy for the annual Independence Day celebration. Is there anything else I can help you with? I ask, handing her the blue box tied with string. Have I met you before? She's staring at me as if she's examining every contour of my face. I don't think so. I'm new around here. Isha and Liza are restocking one of the display cases full of cupcakes, each capped with a swirl of luscious multicolored frosting. I'm tempted to sneak one of her chocolate cupcakes loaded with peanut butter before she sells out. I don't realize a few hours have passed until Karina, the afternoon front counter employee, comes in for her shift. When she has everything under control after the evening rush, I let her take a moment to herself and see if Liza needs anything in the back. The kitchen is hot from the buns and flaky pastries expanding in the ovens. She's hovering over a large bowl of sugar, mixing in 3 sticks of butter. She flicks the switch for a stand mixer to cream it into dough on one of her prep tables. I thought I would come to lend you a hand. I smile at the sight of her. Her apron is covered in batter and a generous dusting of flour. It matches the flour on her cheek and in her hair, which she has pulled back out of her face. I've got it all under control, Liza says, glancing over at me before adding some flour to one of the mixers. I'm going to restock some of the pastries and napkins out front then. With my extra set of hands, it would be a shame not to use them. I hold out my hands like a mime, and she laughs. Although kneading dough is not the main thing I want to do with my hands when I'm with her. I finish that task, then come to the back. What do you need me to do now? Follow this recipe for chocolate chip cookies to the letter. She points to the laminated piece of paper in front of me, stained with remnants of ingredients over the years. I smile at her before grabbing the paper to read it more closely. It's got her lovely, swooping handwriting, carefully calligraphed, and it's clear she puts so much love into even the smallest tasks. I begin to slowly add the flour, butter, and sugar in the exact measurements. I notice Liza keeping an eye on me when I first start. I'm almost tempted to pretend to mess up to see how she would react. I'd be too afraid she'd kick me out, but it would be like getting cast out of Eden. After a while, she trusts me enough to leave me by myself for a minute. "I'll be right back," she says. "I'm going to get some things from the storeroom." As I reach for the chocolate chips to add now that the batter is mixed, my arm accidentally bumps into a bottle of oil that is sitting on the table. Of course, the lid happens to not be on the bottle all the way, so when it tips over, oil goes everywhere. I manage to quickly grab it before all of it spills, but it leaves a thick puddle on the table, which quickly drips onto the floor. I clean it as best I can with a wad of napkins. Good thing I had them out already. Liza enters the kitchen from the storeroom at the back of the kitchen, holding a large sack of flour, and I walk briskly toward her and take it from her hands. "Here, let me get that for you," I offer, grabbing the paper bag so that I can lighten her load a little more. She clings to it, insisting on keeping it herself. I realize before I can stop her that she stepped right into the one spot of oil I neglected to reach. Her foot slips sideways, and I wrap my arm around her waist to try to keep her from falling. Instead, we both hit the floor, sending flour flying into the air and spilling all around us. I erupt into laughter at the sight of her covered in flour and the matching layer all over my own clothes and skin. Even with the flour all over her face, I can see the big smile beneath it, contrasting with her gorgeous caramel-colored skin. I lean up and my lips instinctively connect with hers. She relaxes into sharing the slow kiss with me. I delve deeper, touching her face with my hand before wrapping my arms around her. I get so lost in the feel of her skin and the spark of feeling her lips on mine that I forget everything about where I am. I only exist where I'm touching her, no longer in the kitchen, transported someplace else. And a light giggle transports me instantly back to the dirty kitchen with flour all over the place. Liza pulls away instantly from the kiss and looks toward the door, lips pursed into a tight frown. Her eyes show a fear that I hadn't seen since we were kids. Aisha is standing just inside the door. I'm barely able to breathe. "Mommy, Daddy, am I going to have a baby brother or sister? Because it looks like you're making one."
Chapter 20, Liza. Once Isha's words register, I pull myself away from Ishmael and cover my mouth with a hand. He's smiling sweetly, doing nothing to hide the glee our daughter's words just brought him. As for me, I feel like I'm being doused in flames. "Aisha, come here." I rush toward my daughter and take her by the hand. "Let's go on a walk." "Why? Did I say something wrong?" Isha frowns, staring up at me with wide eyes as she follows me begrudgingly. "No, it's just, that was an accident, what you saw back there, and it won't happen again." How do I explain to my daughter that things between me and her father are complicated? That things aren't as easy as they seem? "But why?" Isha presses. "I want a sibling." "Honey, let's drop this topic, please," I reply, my exasperation reaching unfathomable levels. "Let's focus on your birthday party instead. Does that sound fun?" "You and Daddy have been planning it together, right?" Aisha's eyes lighten up. "I can't wait. It'll be our first event together as a family, a real one." Suppressing a sigh, I force a smile and put a brave face on for my little girl. I don't blame her for wanting this. Any innocent child would want to see their parents together. I just don't think Ishmael and I will be able to survive in the long run, given our circumstances. There's too much hurt, too many wounds that need to heal, not to mention my secrets. "I'm so excited for my party," Aisha says, locking her fingers with mine and leaning into my arm. "It'll be the best ever, I know it." Holding in a sigh, I smile and nod. She wants this. I can see it in her eyes whenever she gazes up at me. So for the meantime, I'll pretend that everything is fine between me and Ishmael. As for what the future holds for us, I'm not sure. I just hope Isha doesn't get too hurt by whatever happens between me and her father. Whenever I bump into Ishmael, I duck my gaze and mumble a quick greeting before scampering away. The last thing I want to do is find myself alone with him, because that means we'll have to talk about what happened between us in the kitchen. And maybe what happened between us all those years ago. And I don't want to do that. At all. Fortunately for me, it seems like Ishmael doesn't want to face me either. On the one hand, this is great. This spares me of the humiliation of facing him directly and coming to terms with the feelings brewing inside my chest. On the other hand, this serves as an omen for the future state of our marriage. How are we supposed to last as a couple if we can't even speak about things like this? We run away from our problems instead of facing them head on. Like always, I suppose. Around me, Isha's birthday party rages on at a park not too far from our home. My little girl and her friends run around with their flower crowns, waving around flower wands that Ishmael helped make for them. Aisha holds a special pink flower wand while the rest of her friends swing around their yellow ones. "Mommy, look at me!" Isha exclaims, twirling around in her dress. "I'm a flower fairy!" "You look beautiful," I reply, smiling wide at my daughter. I cross my arms over my chest and keep to myself while the other parents mingle with their drinks. In my peripheral vision, I catch glimpses of Ishmael. I do my best not to stare, but I can't help it. My heart flutters slightly whenever he turns toward me, but I'm quick to avert my eyes before he sees me looking. What's going to happen to us? Are we going to separate later on when he has the diamond mine he wants? It seems only likely, and it'll break my heart all over again, not to mention Isha's. We're forming a family or some semblance of one. What if it doesn't work? Swallowing thickly, I try not to think of the possibility of yet another separation between me and Ishmael. Aisha doesn't deserve that pain. Suddenly, I notice Ishmael making his way toward me. I tense up, doing my best to remain indifferent by straightening my back and lifting my chin slightly. Instead of turning toward him, I gaze at the children, but I feel him at my side. "Hey," he says quietly, nudging me in the elbow. "Having fun?" I hum. "Of course." I'm happy to see Isha having so much fun with her friends. She'll miss them when we go to Solvaria. Isha's a sweet girl. She can make friends wherever she goes. Ishmael looks closely at me. What about you? What about your friends? My ears burn, and I shift my weight between my legs. They're all here, I reply, nodding toward the adults on the other side of the park. Most are parents, who laugh and chat amongst each other, occasionally tossing glances at their children to make sure they're all right. "Why aren't you heading over and engaging with them? Why are you standing here all by yourself? You've barely spent 10 minutes with Aya," Ishmael asks, a playfulness to his tone that I recognize immediately. Running my tongue over my teeth, I shrug. I was too busy setting up everything and got caught up in the moment. Not entirely a lie. The state of our marriage consumes me, as well as memories of our most recent kiss. He doesn't have to know that, though. "So why don't you do that right now? What's stopping you?" he presses, tilting his head. Then his eyebrows perk up. "I hope it's not me." "No," I shake my head. "But Mommy, Daddy!" Isha calls toward us, waving her hand. "Look at what we're doing. We're making bouquets." In one of her fists, she holds a bouquet of flowers. A myriad of colors explodes in her tiny hand. "Good job, Isha!" Ishmael applauds her, then throws her a thumbs up. "Make sure to pick out all of your favorites." "I'll pick out some of Mommy's favorites, too." Ishmael chuckles, nudging me again. For a moment, it makes me feel as if everything is all right between us. As if that kiss never happened in the bakery, and we can still pretend as if the growing tension isn't there. "See that? She's the sweetest kid alive. I don't think I've known a child as empathetic as her." "She's very observant, too," I say, watching as our daughter helps one of her friends adjust her bouquet neatly. "She's pretty good at reading other people's expressions." With a smirk, Ishmael nods. "Do you think she got that from me or from you?" "Probably from me. You are always so blunt." "Just because I'm blunt doesn't mean I don't read the expressions. It just means I know even more that they need to hear it." "I see that hasn't changed about you, then." "I can read your expression, and I can tell you're glad it hasn't." He smirks, and I feign annoyance. But he's right. His side profile mesmerizes me. His blue eyes shine bright underneath the sunlight, and with his newly clean-shaven face, he looks just like he did when he was 19. I loved looking at him then. He was so beautiful to me. He still is. We would lie down together at our secret spot, by the lake in the middle of the forest. I would lay on his chest while he would close his eyes and relax in the shade that the big tree awarded us. And I would stare for ages, wondering how someone so beautiful could have ever taken an interest in me in the first place. Liza, snap out of it. The past will never return. That life isn't yours anymore. The truth hurts. Yet I still find myself mourning the person who I used to be when I was with Ishmael. Are you feeling okay? Ishmael places a hand on my shoulder, stabilizing me. You kind of drifted off there for a second. Snapping out of my daze, I'm quick to nod. I am. Sorry, I'm a little thirsty. Here, let me get you a drink. For the rest of the party, Ishmael and I stick together. We speak idly about our daughter and how proud we are of her. With his coaxing, I mingle with some of the other parents as we watch our children together. I even make some time for Aya, who I know assumes I am simply too busy to chat with her, but the truth is that I'm afraid she'll see through me to all the turmoil inside. When it's time to cut the cake, Isha has a huge smile on her face. I carve out the first slice for her, letting her hold the knife handle with me. Then she and I begin to serve everyone else, making sure none of her friends go without. Ishmael never leaves me. A weight lifts off my shoulders, thankful that he's being so kind to me. If I were in his shoes, I don't know if I'd do the same. Are things improving between us? I know it could easily be all for show. And yet when I'm near him, my heart beats wildly just like it used to. But I'm just as uncertain about whether it can work, given the truth about who I am, where I come from, and who might still be pursuing me after all these years. All I want is for things to go back to the way there were. For years, that was my only dream. I know from my life before, the first time with him, that it's when things seem so close that they most easily slip away.
Chapter 21. Ishmael. The feelings I once had for Liza, the ones that I thought died the moment she told me she had stopped loving me, are coming to the surface like a phoenix from the ashes, which means there's a lot of smoke and embers to get through still. But when she smiles, it's the same one that enamored me long ago, before she took everything I had away from me. If there's anyone who I could forgive for all of this, it's her. And with our daughter in my life, I can put the past on the back burner for now. I had so much fun, Daddy. Isha holds Liza's hand as we make the short walk back home. Thank you so much for everything. You deserved that and so much more. I give her a kiss, adjusting her flower crown. Isha holds on tight to the flower bouquet she made with her friends. Your mother and I are very happy that the party turned out great. In fact, it went better than great. That was perfect. Liza and I make a wonderful team, able to bring happiness to her daughter during her last days in Milas. We'll be a family together in Solveria. Maybe. That thought echoes in my mind, and I can't help but feel elated. But there's always a sliver of doubt there, wondering when the other shoe will drop. It seemed perfect the first time, too. Laughing and talking together with Liza at the party, it reminded me of how things used to be between us. When we were young and free, when we were still innocent about the world, not knowing how cruel it could be. Liza owned my heart and soul back then, until she gave it back. She's been a constant in my life that I've never been able to shake, even after she upended my world. Now that I know what it's like to have a family, I never want to lose them. There's an issue, however, even beyond all of the questions I have about what happened in the past and what will happen going forward, and it's a glaring one. I'm falling in love with Liza again. I never fell out of love, really. I just buried my heart, and I don't know if she loves me. Did she mean it that day when she ended things, when she said she didn't love me? Her eyes said the opposite, but her words have never left me. Did you enjoy the cake, my sweetheart? Liza asks Isha, swinging her arm in a way that makes her squeal out in delight. Yes, I did. Mommy, I promised Ezekiel that I'd bring some pastries to him after the party, because he wasn't able to make it. Can I do that? Sure, but how about you do that tomorrow? It's getting late, and you must be tired. Just as Liza says that, a piercing wind cuts through our skin. The skies above turn purple. My eyes feel a little heavy, but I'm not tired, Isha protests unconvincingly. You can hop into bed once we get home, Liza says. Okay, but I might stay awake for a little bit thinking about my party. And then you can dream about it all night, I add. A smile tugs at my lips. With Isha going to bed, that means Liza and I get some alone time. Maybe we'll get a chance to make sense of everything, from the kiss to the rising tension to the questions resurfacing about the past. Liza loves to hide her true feelings and appear nonchalant, but it doesn't work with me. I know her too well. These questions are on her mind too. Once we pass through the threshold of the home, we all kick off our shoes by the door. Aisha is practically sleepwalking through her nighttime routine of brushing her teeth and combing her hair. Good night, Isha, I tell her, kissing her on her head while covering her up. Sweet dreams, Liza says. Yes, Mommy, good night. Isha tugs at my hand. I lean down and she gives me one last kiss on the cheek. Then we both close the door to her bedroom together. Silence takes us over the house with Isha tucked away. Liza makes her way toward the kitchen, opening a cabinet. Glasses clink together. Her frame is sensuous and inviting as she reappears with 2 glasses and a wine bottle in her hands. She nods toward the window. It's a beautiful night. Let's watch the stars together, like we used to. I hold the door for her onto the balcony, and she places the glasses and wine on the table. I pour for us both. We gaze at the twinkling stars dotting across the night skies, glasses clinking. What's the occasion, I ask, holding up the wine glass. To our daughter's 8th birthday, Liza replies quickly, clinking our wine glasses and taking a generous swig. I think we all had fun today. I take a more gradual sip from my wine, enjoying the view, not of the stars, but the woman who makes them seem dull in comparison. She sighs, pulling her hair tie out and allowing those pretty curls to hang free. Isha was so happy today. I loved seeing her run around with her friends. Do you think Isha will enjoy Solvaria as much as she loves it here? Liza wets her lips pensively. It sends an excited pang straight between my legs, and I let the thoughts slowly linger before they fade. She sits up straight, looking at me, and I can't look away from her eyes. Isha finds the silver lining in any situation. That's what I love about her. She reminds me that things will end up fine, no matter what the circumstances are. So, you think she'll be happy? I'm sure she'll grow to love it. We can show her the places we used to go to when we were younger. Hopefully, she doesn't end up doing the same antics. Liza gives a soft laugh. Sneaking out to see her hidden boyfriend? Well, if she does, I'll know the warning signs. Maybe I'll intervene. Maybe? It depends on her judgment. I mean, if she chooses a handsome, charming prince, one who treats her well, that's one thing. And if she chooses someone like me, she throws the pillow on the chair at me and laughs. Then I'll hide her away, obviously. Her face grows serious, as if she stumbled into a door she wasn't supposed to open. No, I'm kidding. I trust her, and I'll support her no matter what. I just don't want her getting hurt, I say, sloshing the wine in my glass. That would break my heart. Now, Liza sets down her wine glass and gets up, looking down. I follow her movements with my eyes and notice that there's a sudden reluctance in her limbs, as if she wants to say something, but doesn't know how to spit it out. She wrings her hands together before dropping them limply at her sides. I wanted to apologize for what happened between us. She must see my shock at that admission. She's finally apologizing for everything all those years ago? The kiss, the one that happened the other day when Isha saw us. Why are you apologizing for that? There's no need. Now it's my turn to set down the wine glass. Liza heads to the living room and sits down on the couch. I follow her, taking the spot beside her. It shouldn't have happened. It was wrong. No, it wasn't wrong at all. There are a lot of other things I'd expect an apology for, but that's not one of them. Liza wipes her hands on her clothes. I don't want to do anything reckless with you, Ishmael. There's nothing reckless about it, Liza. At least, not anything reckless about this. I point between the two of us, eyes narrowing, breath picking up pace. Shh, don't speak so loudly. She's fine, Liza. Don't put this on her. This isn't about her. It's about us. I know you feel this too. The tension, the chemistry. It never went away. You can deny it, but I know the truth. That may be, but it won't happen again. She crosses her arms over her chest. That's all there is to say. Oh, and that's not the truth either, Liza. Liza stares at me with wide eyes as one of my hands grazes her knee. Just like that, her defenses start faltering. The desire between us never went away. It's still there, alive and well, as if almost 9 years never passed in the first place. She's almost angry with me for it, and I love it. I cup Liza's face in my hands, pulling her into my lips passionately. She responds slowly, sinking into it. Within seconds, she begins to reciprocate the intensity. The fire and passion awakens within her. She matches my movements with fiery ones of her own. The heavy breathing, the soft groans, the nails digging themselves into my shoulder blades. It's all real. My head spins from passion and lust, never wanting this kiss with Liza to end. And I'm left wanting far more than a kiss.
Chapter 22. Liza, this scene is too spicy for YouTube. Check the links in the description for the uncut versions.
Chapter 23, Ishmael. She looks tired. I definitely wore her out, a thought that makes me smile. With that on my mind, I lean over and kiss her forehead. How about a bath? That sounds delightful. I scoop her into my arms, loving the feel of her nuzzling my neck. As I carry her toward the bathroom, I appreciate her delicate features and the softness of her skin. I can't help but wonder how I got so lucky to have her in my life. Again. Once we reach the bathroom, I gently place her on the edge of the tub and start filling it with warm water and bubbles. As the water rises, I dip a finger in. Would you like me to join you? A small smile forms on her lips as she nods and steps into the water. She pulls me down with her, and I enter the bathtub behind her.
Chapter 24. Liza. I open my eyes expecting to see Ishmael lying next to me. All I find is a crumpled up pile of sheets. I trace my finger over the indention he left in the mattress, smiling as I think back to how amazing last night felt. Not only physically, but on a deeper level as well. It wasn't just sex, it was healing. It's been a long few weeks, but we managed to rebuild part of the connection we used to have. For the first time, it feels like everything is finally right between us. I don't want it to go away again. I flop backward and stare up at the ceiling. It's so tempting to just stay right here and relive every touch. To think about his eyes staring into mine without a hint of resentment, as if no time had passed, as if I hadn't thrown the best thing I ever had away. I can hear his breath in my ear. I can smell his sweat. No, that's not sweat. Bacon? Grabbing a t-shirt on my way out of the room, I walk into our kitchen. Ishmael stands at the stove, quietly humming to himself as the meat sizzles. I step over toward him and lean my head against his strong back. "Ah, good morning," he whispers. "I was going to try and surprise you girls with breakfast in bed." I wrap my arms around his waist. "I don't want breakfast in bed, I want you back in bed." He moves the pan off the burner and turns around to face me. There's a lightness to his motions that takes me by surprise. "Is that so?" "Yes," I tell him as I playfully pat his chest. "You don't know how rare it is for a kid to actually sleep in on a morning that you want them to. Feels like a waste not to take advantage of it." He puts his hands on my hips and kisses me. I lean up on the tips of my toes to make it a nice deep one. When I pull away, he's smiling. A good point, well made. Then he goes quiet. I can see the gears turning behind his eyes and the tension in his jaw as he holds back from saying more. There's something I can't put into words this morning myself. So we just stand there in the kitchen, pressed against each other and letting the silence linger. He pulls a plate out of the cabinet and loads it with breakfast. "At least I can surprise one person in this house," he says with a grin. "Come on, let's go wake up our girl." We start to tiptoe down the hallway when the quiet is broken by a blood-curdling shriek. It's coming from Isha's room. Scrambled eggs and bacon spill onto the floor as Ishmael drops the plate to charge toward Isha's bedroom. "Isha!" he shouts. I'm right there with him. "Aisha, baby, what's wrong?" She can only scream in response. We burst through the door. She's curled into a tiny ball in the middle of her furry rug. She tries to talk, but it can only come out in staccato bursts through her tears. "Mommy, Mommy." "Daddy." Ishmael kneels down next to her. "Aisha, what's the matter? Does something hurt?" My tummy hurts. It hurts so bad," she manages to gasp out, before letting out another pained shriek. Ishmael takes her into his arms. I sit down next to them and rub her back, trying to help us both stay calm. "Can you show me where?" "Right, here," she answers, patting her lower abdomen. She bursts into tears again. "It hurts so bad." Ishmael cradles her crying face against his chest and looks at me. "Has she had anything like this before?" I shake my head. "No, not like this. Isha, honey, let me feel your tummy for a minute." I shake my head. "What is it?" Ishmael asks. "It's tense. It was like this when I had to have my appendix out. I was 9, and I still remember it." "Whatever it is, we need to get her seen right away. Where is the nearest hospital?" I try to hold back my own tears as I watch Isha writhe in pain in her father's arms. "On this side of the island, we only have clinics. They can't handle a real surgery. The best hospital on the island is a 5-hour drive from here." Ishmael tenderly rubs his hand over Isha's hair and mumbles to himself. 5 hours, 14 degrees southwest, accounting for wind speed. He carefully motions for me to take hold of Isha. "I'll be right back," he tells us. As he stands up to leave the room, I see him hastily pull his phone out of his pocket. "Mommy!" Isha cries. "Why is this happening?" I pat her cheek and try my best to rock her back and forth on the floor. "I don't know, baby, but Daddy and I are here, and we'll take care of you. I promise." I strain to try and catch any clue to what Ishmael is saying in the other room. It's impossible to make out over the sound of Isha's moans. Her skin, normally so radiant, is growing pale and clammy. I pull a fleece blanket off her bed to wrap her in as we wait for Ishmael to return. He steps back into the room brimming with regal authority. "We can't put it off. We have to go to Solvaria. A medevac is on its way. We'll be at Queen Amaranta Hospital within 3 hours. The Minister of Health has an operating room prepped already." Sensing the worry on my face, he kneels down and puts a hand on my shoulder. "I know you're scared, but I will be with the two of you the entire time. I won't leave your side for a second." I start to turn my head away, but he stops me. "Hey, look at me. You are safe." "Okay." His confident tone eases enough of my worry for me to agree to the plan. "Okay, let's get down to the beach then." We grab Isha a water bottle and her new stuffed whale and old stuffed dog for comfort. There is no time for anything else. Ishmael lifts Isha in his arms, holding her close to his chest as we step out the door. The cobbled streets in front of the shop are blissfully quiet this morning, with nothing blocking our way to the beach. Ishmael moves with a confident urgency, and I try to push away thoughts of what could have been. Seeing him take charge, I feel so blessed that I'm not here alone. I can imagine Isha shivering in the backseat of a car, growing weaker over each hour it would take to reach our destination. When he looks back, Ishmael's calm strength helps alleviate my own fears. Here in this moment, it feels as if his return to my life was something like fate. He arrived just before we would need him the most, to steer us through this storm. Ishmael hands Isha over to me and steps down onto the beach. She is balled up so tightly that it's almost like holding a baby again. "It's okay," I whisper to her. "It's all going to be okay. Guess what, baby? You get to fly. You, me, and Daddy are going to fly. Does that sound fun?" She doesn't have the strength to answer, but I can feel her slowly nodding. Below us, Ishmael is clearing driftwood to ensure a clear landing area. He looks at his phone, then hurries back up the bank. "Helicopter's almost here," he assures me. Then he places a hand on Isha's back. "It's going to be loud, but you don't have to be scared, okay? Daddy told them to send the very best pilot. He'll make sure that we get there safely." He wasn't exaggerating. We hear the dull mechanical roar of the approaching vehicle quickly growing louder. Then it appears, its blades cutting through the morning haze. Rays of sunlight poke through the punctured clouds, shining a beacon on our rescuers. The relentless mechanical buzz overpowers the noise of the waves and seagulls. As the helicopter descends, the powerful blades send the sand spiraling into miniature cyclones. The medevac team emerges from the cockpit. Their sturdy boots crunch heavily on the sand as they approach us. They calmly begin the process of maneuvering Isha onto a gurney. They are clearly a highly trained team of professionals. One of the paramedics tenderly tucks her stuffed animals under her arm. We are all handed headsets to muffle the noise and board together. Aisha is quickly hooked up to monitors. Her breathing is shallow, but the steady beep of her vitals is as reassuring as Ishmael's hand wrapped around mine. We are cleared for takeoff and the helicopter roars back into the sky. Once we reach a steady altitude, the pilot looks back at us with a big grin. People are going to be jealous when they find out I was the first to get to say hello to Lady Liza Vanacourt. Let's get you home, Your Highness.
Chapter 25. Ishmael. The EMTs quickly slide Isha off the helicopter in the stretcher. She looks so tiny. Liza and I follow them across the tarmac to the waiting ambulance. One motions for Liza to climb in, while the other runs to the front of the vehicle. Should I? The last EMT pauses in front of the wide-open doors, looking out. Normally, Your Highness, only one parent, but... Make an exception, Vincent, the driver up front calls out. Tell Prince Ishmael to get in and let's leave. I jump into the back, holding hands with Isha and Liza. The doors slam closed, and we fly through an intersection, sirens on, aided by escorts on motorcycles. The EMT conducts a preliminary exam, nodding and keeping in touch with the hospital. We follow the EMTs into the emergency room loading area, and we're ushered into a cordoned-off room, one that appears to be put aside for us. A doctor with curly red hair rushes in, reaching out her hand. First to me and Liza, then to Isha. I'm Dr. Chavot. You must be Princess Isha. Although Isha is clearly fading, her light brown skin ashen, her lips curl into a smile in hearing her new title. I have to check your stomach, okay? The woman's voice is kind. She lifts Isha's shirt up slightly and pushes her hand down just inside my daughter's hip bone. Isha doesn't react. Then the doctor releases the pressure, and Isha screams. What? Liza looks terrified, and I put my arm around her shoulder. It's appendicitis. I'm certain of it, Dr. Chavot says grimly. Do you have to operate? Liza asks. Immediately, I'm afraid. It's good you got her in now. Hopefully it hasn't ruptured. When will you know? I ask. Within a matter of minutes. Please, come with us to the operating theater. Normally, Prince Ishmael, no one would be allowed in, but considering who she is, oh, thank you so much, doctor. Thank you. Liza curls into me, breathing a sigh of relief, and the doctor urges us to come with her as she wheels Isha down the hall. You just need to keep absolutely silent. Can you do that? One of the nurses asks. Yes, absolutely, Liza says. For my daughter, anything. Some more doctors and nurses join the huddle, and they smile at hearing that. Surprise. I might need them to sign non-disclosure agreements, but that's the least of my concerns. As long as Isha is fine, I don't care what rumors are spread. People bustle in and out of the operating theater room. Liza and I sit in the corner of a room, not actually looking at the operation, but just comforted by being near her, in case anything goes wrong. The look of cool calm on the medical professionals' faces is comforting. Watching them nod at each other as they produce new instruments. We try to distract each other with small talk, but all we can think about is wanting to make sure our daughter is well. It seems like it's been hours. When the doctor comes over to report that the operation is finished, I look at my watch. Less than an hour has gone by. How is she, Dr. Chavot? I ask. She's excellent. She'll be waking up from anesthesia soon, and we'll put her in a recovery room. You can join us. The appendix was quite swollen, but it hadn't yet burst. Oh, thank God. So come with me, and we can work on getting her all better soon. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. We're taken to a large room, one that's outfitted more regally than others. I'm not sure if they outfitted it just for our benefit or if it's always decorated in fineries, as if that matters. All that matters is Isha is healthy. The doctors place her on the bed, hook her up to an IV and monitors, and place the covers over her when they're done. Isha wakes up slowly, gradually more aware that she's conscious, but not aware of much else. Mommy, Daddy! Liza squeezes my hand when she calls out for me. Even though I've only been in her life for a month, I'm a permanent part of the emotional map of her subconscious. I'm one half of who she's looking for when she tries to grasp onto reality. We're here, honey, I tell her. Liza brushes Isha's hair from her head. Mommy, what happened? Daddy, you're here. I'm so glad you're here. Of course I am, of course I am. I kiss her on the cheek, swallowing back tears that are beginning to form. When we walk into the room that will be our home the next couple of days, Nikolai is waiting with food from the palace. For us, not for Isha. Although if she wanted some of it, I know I couldn't say no. I check my phone and see dozens of missed messages from members of my family throughout the world. Alexis in Texas, Caesar in New York, Cedric on the flight back from Mali, and Christian, of course, who is always representing the family here in Verka. Anything important? Liza asks. Depends on who you ask, I tell her. I need my own version of Nikolai to go through all the messages, but I should probably go to the palace before they send a royal summoner here. They do that? Liza asks, her eyes wide. No, they don't, I laugh. They threaten it, though. Just be safe, okay? Always, and if anything changes with Isha. She sits up a little straighter. I'll let you know right away, but I'm sure she'll be fine. I lean over to hug her as I leave, and I have to pull myself away to avoid kissing her. I thought we'd have longer to figure things out before coming back to Solveria, but apparently life has other plans. Once I get to the palace, Haverty, normally so subdued, wraps me in an embrace. And how is the young princess? Word gets around fast, doesn't it? I hug him back, and he gives a bow. Congratulations, sir. Thank you. And how is my father? He's delighted. You wouldn't believe how happy he is to have a new grandchild. Well, you'll see. He's waiting for you. Thank you, Haverty. I walk through the halls at a pace that could practically be considered a run, eager to see my father and to find out what word is already circulating. He's at his desk, the same place we were the last time I spoke. But everything is different now. Congratulations, my son. How is the patient? I cannot wait to meet her. Thank you, Dad. How? Don't worry about it right now. Your father always knows. He gives me a look indicating that he might mean more than just the marriage, or the daughter, or the illness. That you do. So you should tell me the update instead of me telling you. No, I'd prefer to see how close I got. I get a message on my phone at that moment and plan on ignoring it, expecting another message from a member of the family or nobility. But it's from Liza, so I look immediately. He sent over a garden. She and Isha have huge smiles, and a massive bouquet sits on the table in front of them. At least one more big bouquet can be spotted at the edge of the photo. I start laughing. Something funny? My father asks. Your handiwork arrived? I tilt my phone toward him, and his eyes narrow into crescents with a smile. He reminds me of Santa Claus. He touches the screen, staring with love. She's beautiful. Both of them are. Your daughter looks just like you. Isha. I love that name. She did a good job, that Lisa. And have you had time to talk about the mine? Not yet. No rush, of course. Of course. Was there anything you needed from me? Just my warmest wishes to your family, and a promise to visit soon, along with an invitation whenever they're ready. And Cedric is on his way. He came back just for Isha. I'm stunned by the outpouring of love for a relative that none of them even knew existed before now. I wonder if this was his plan all along. to have me and Liza together. He probably still knows more than I do. Watch there not even be a mine, I say to myself once I'm in the limo. I walk as quickly as possible through the now quiet halls once we arrive. Even being away for a few hours, I'm already craving time with both of them. I smell the room before I arrive, a mixture of roses, tulips, daffodils, and gardenias. I can't believe my dad, I say to Liza and Isha, craning my head over the arrangement. I pull out the card. The envelope is sealed with gold wax, embossed with the royal seal, but already opened by its recipient, who's still grinning. My beloved Isha, I can't wait to meet you in person soon. I'm sure you're more wonderful than a room full of flowers. I love you already. Love your grandfather, Francis Vanacore. P.S. But you can call me King Grandpa if you'd like, or just Pop Pop. 2 days later, when Isha is discharged, she bounces excitedly in the limo. She insists on sitting in the middle between me and Liza. Although I love having her next to me, I'm dying for another hit of Liza's touch. I've never felt so close to another soul as I do right now. We get further away from the quaint downtown of Verka and into the winding roads toward the outskirts, where I built my home. Starting to look familiar, I ask Liza. It hasn't been that long, Ishmael. But judging by her face, she hasn't yet made the connection. Finally, she gasps. Is this... And I'm nodding. The edge of the forest. The Forsyth Woods? Yes. Our spot, she whispers. We begin to pull into the long driveway, which ends in a circle in front of a large house. And this is your home? Our home. Where's my room? Oh, Isha, we didn't have time to prepare, Liza starts to say, and I lift my hand. It's upstairs. She follows me up the stairs, and I throw open the door. My instructions have been followed to the letter. Isha's new room is painted pink, with a white canopy bed and all of the toys and clothes a kid could dream of. This is my room? Really? Isha hurries over to the elaborate castle play area, moving stiffly but surprisingly quickly for a girl who had surgery just a few days ago. She then gingerly heads down the slide. Whoo! Just once for now, okay, sweetie? Liza says, concern on her face. You don't want your wound getting irritated. Cedric comes the next day to take a look at her, and they immediately adore each other. The other brothers come, too. Alexis with Isabella, Caesar with Vivian, and Christian. The day after, we go to the lake for the first time in ages, and we take her to the special spot where we fell in love. While we're around the lake, my phone buzzes, and I consider ignoring it. I start putting it back into my pocket when I realize that if Marco's calling, I should probably get it. Ishmael here. Your Highness, something's happened. I'm sending you a link. You need to look right away. Can you just tell me? It's a tabloid story. You'll want to look yourself.
Chapter 26. Liza. Ishmael shows me his phone once we're in the limo, away from Isha's eyes. The picture at the top of the page is me, Ishmael, and Isha, and the headline says, Love's Children or Love Child. I don't even want to see the comments. This is exactly what I was afraid of, except now the illegitimate child is my daughter, not me, 2 generations of bastards. He's on the phone the whole way home, speaking quietly so Isha can't hear, but I'm drowning in shame, and I can't believe I've done exactly what I didn't want. Everything is catching up to me. Oh my God. And my parents might catch up to me too. Maybe Felipe as well. Will I be forced to marry him now? God. He drops me off at the house while he goes to the palace to deal with some of the fallout. I can't even imagine what the family must be saying. It's one thing to have a love child. It's another for the tabloids to print it, even before we could formally announce everything. We get to the house, and the staff is abuzz. Tension fills the house, as they all must know the news. One of the housekeepers quickly tries to conceal the newspapers Ishmael has delivered to the house, but there's no need. We might as well see what they have to say, although I don't want to look. My life is over. I got the life I've wanted, to have Ishmael in my life again, and now it's all going to be taken away. It's fine, Raoul. You don't have to take them away. I say to the House Chief of Staff about the stack of newspapers he's desperately trying to whisk away. The picture on the front page of the one on top is blurry but unmistakable. It's Isha and Ishmael playing in the sand, the three of us caught in mid-laughter. The headline in one of the papers, the Solvaria Sun, poses a question: who is Mystery Woman, a royal mess for Ishmael? Are you sure, ma'am? It's horrible what they're printing. But par for the course, I suppose, when you're with a prince. I let out a huge breath. It's more Isha I'm concerned about. I want to shield her from this if I can. Would you like me to have Eleanor take her for a walk around the grounds for a bit, to give you some time? Raoul asks. The world seems to swirl around me. I sit down on the sofa until it settles. Yes, could you? I would be so grateful. Raoul nods and gets Eleanor, her new nanny, who she loves already. Aisha is already able to hurry down the stairs. Mommy, Eleanor's going to take me around and show me everything outside. That's so exciting. I give her a kiss goodbye, trying not to show the exhaustion on my face. When the door closes, I pick up the pile of papers, going through each one and wiping tears. A royal splash reads one of the more innocent headlines. Going swimmingly, royal romance reads another. Digging in sand or for gold? In another tabloid, there's a photo of Isha on Ishmael's lap. The caption says, "Taken for a ride?" Below the headlines, it's even worse. I leaf through all of them, then try to collect myself before Isha gets home. There's a knock at the door, even though I told Eleanor that she could come and go as she pleased with Isha. The knock comes again, and I go to the front since the staff wanted to give me my space. I pull open the door, smiling and expecting to see Eleanor and Isha. But no, it's a face I hoped I'd never see again. There you are, you little rat-faced demon. I knew you would bring shame upon the family. It's nice to see you too, Venezia. It comes out like a glacier. She appears like a half-remembered nightmare, haggard and worn, but still recognizably herself. Her stern glare instantly fills me with dread. Her lips curl into a disdainful snarl as she chastises me. I thought I raised you with more manners, Liza. Invite your mother in. Her voice sets my skin on fire. I look back into the house, not wanting to let her poison this sanctum. As slow as ever, I see, Venezia snarls as she pushes past me. She eyes the opulent front hall with equal parts envy and suspicion before turning to face me. I'm tempted to set the household staff on her to take her out, but I know kicking her out could cause more harm than putting up with her. I take her into the sitting room as she rails loudly. Liza, how dare you come back to Solvaria after what you did, running out on us when we needed you. You've never needed me. Venezia's icy gaze reduces me to a scared child, unable to speak. She continues. You didn't even think of what would happen to us when you ran out on Felipe. She spits the words out. You doomed our business, wrecked any hope we had of returning to high society, selfish cow. She wields the guilt like a baseball bat, knocking the wind out of me. Venezia's face shows smug satisfaction as she watches me crumble, just like my entire childhood. And then, of course, your idiot father managed to gamble away the few remaining assets we had. The inheritance. The inheritance, that wasn't his or yours, that belonged to me. Now it belongs to no one. It's gone. Vanished. And the share we held in the mines somehow vanished. We got a letter from the financial firm that owns the full portion. Liquidated. With a cruel sneer, Venezia leans in closer. So now the illegitimate daughter of a whore tries to ensnare the prince with her own bastard child. What a legacy we'll leave. I don't know why you couldn't stay gone. I'd been planning to, but my daughter was ill and needed care. It's the truth, just not the whole truth. The prince provided it. I don't know how he heard. Also true, but not quite. Her eyes glint with evil glee. No one gave a shit about you when you were gone, Liza. I'm surprised Ishmael remembered your name. No one asked. I would have thought you'd be glad about that. I was. But I'm glad now you're back too. But not because I missed you. Then why? She looms over me. Because now that everyone is asking about you, I have all the answers. How much is it worth for me to keep quiet, for you and your prince? You wouldn't. I swore I'd never let her get the better of me again, and it's taken 5 minutes. Oh, but I would. We have nothing to lose now, but you do. She scratches her chin. An illegitimate whore seducing a prince, trapping him with a baby. Sounds like a 10 million solver story to me. You can just take it out of your bastard child's piggy bank. I look her straight in the eye, courage overtaking me. You can threaten me, you can call me whatever you want, but you will leave my daughter alone. I continue, finding my voice. From the moment you came into my life, you tried to take everything. My father's love, memories of my mother, my safety and self-worth, and then you took the only person who cared about me, Ishmael. I feel myself shaking, but I don't let my voice waver. But I have my daughter's love, and I have my sense of self, and I found my self-respect. I have something to wake up for, and all you have is an empty heart. Venezia's face contorts in fury. You insolent little slut! She raises her hand, but a voice stops her from striking. What the hell are you doing? Vivian and Isabella, my sisters-in-law, are in the doorframe. Eleanor must have let them in from the back as she and Isha were leaving. I grip Venezia's wrist, still raised. You will never hurt me again, Venezia. And I'll see to it, Vivian says. Get out. It's the first time anyone's ever taken my side in the face of Venezia's abuse, and I want to get on my knees and thank Vivian. I'd like to see you make me. Vivian's eyes fix on my stepmother with a look of pure distaste. Venezia Lancaster, I'm assuming. Caesar told me you haven't been seen for years, and I'll ensure that we won't be seeing you on our grounds again. Venezia's face drains of color. On cue, a pair of towering royal guards strides into the room, clad in ceremonial armor. Madam, you are to leave the premises immediately. Venezia's eyes widen in disbelief as they seize her by the arms. No! Unhand me! I won't be dismissed! She shrieks. She thrashes, but their grips only tighten. As they drag her toward the door, Venezia's eyes burn at me with pure hatred. You won't get away with this, Liza. Everyone will know you are nothing more than worthless trash. Do you hear me? Everyone. The front door slams shut behind her, replacing the commotion with silence. Bella shakes her head. Vivian turns to me. Liza, what was that about? I take a deep breath. It's time. My family comes from nobility, yes, but that's not the whole story. That's only on my father's side. My mother... Bella strokes my arm, encouraging me with her eyes. My mother wasn't married to my father. Venezia said she was a whore. I barely knew her. But it's a shame I carry. Venezia held it over my head and used it to justify her mistreatment of me. I look down. Vivian nods slowly. You can call it what it is, Liza. Abuse. I breathe in sharply and a whimper escapes my voice, tears falling freely as I explain everything. I was supposed to marry Felipe. He was the son of their business partner, but he was so much older than me. I couldn't be under their thumb. I had to leave. So in the middle of the night, I went to Milas. I never expected to return, and then Ishmael came for you, Bella says. Yes, he did. I always prayed it would happen, that he'd find me. I tell them about the fears when I left and the anxieties of growing up in that household. But I'm so ashamed and so scared, and I still don't know how he'll react when he learns that I'm... Bella gives me a gentle smile. That you're like me, the child of two people who loved each other. If anyone knows how to deal with Vanacourt men, it's us. And there's only one thing you can do. I feel my insides twist. What's that? She touches my arm. Talk to him. She lifts her eyes from mine and gestures behind me. Liza? I turn my head. Ishmael is standing in the doorway, a gentle smile below his sad eyes. Is that really why you left? How much did you hear, Ishmael? All of it. Chapter 27. Ishmael. Muffled sounds of a commotion come from the front room as I enter the house from the back entrance, and I listen, unseen, to get a sense of what's happening. It was so terrible. It's Liza's voice, sniffling occasionally. I was hoping I'd never have to see her again. I peek in from a crack in the door. Liza is in tears, with Bella and Vivian on each side giving her tissues. She wipes her eyes and dabs at her nose with the tissue, although she has tears flowing even as she's drying them. It's my darkest shame. Venezia threatened me. She said if I really loved Ishmael, I'd walk away so he wouldn't stain his family name with someone like me, a love child. I'm so absorbed I no longer feel like I'm at the top of the staircase. I'm back at her parents' door, begging her not to end my life by leaving. Slowly, I start walking down. It's not as big of a deal anymore, Liza, Bella says. Look at Alexei, and he was almost king. Liza sniffles and holds Bella's hand. You think it's okay? I know it is. I've just had this hanging over my head my whole life, Liza says. Venezia has never let me forget it. I didn't want Ishmael to experience that. I swallow hard. And I still don't know how he'll react when he learns that you're like me. If anyone knows how to deal with Vanacourt men, it's us. And there's only one thing you can do. What's that? I know Bella sees me, and we nod at each other. Talk to him. Liza, I call to her in a clear voice, getting closer, only wanting to soothe her at that moment. Is that really why you left? Liza's hand flies to her mouth. Ishmael, how much of that did you hear? All of it. I reach out to hold her hand, brushing my hand against her face, and none of it matters. At all. We should go, Liza. Bella? Vivian says, and Bella swiftly gets up. Both of them wrap their arms around Liza. Her eyes are pleading, and Bella whispers something to comfort her. We love you, Vivian says, looking at me and Liza. You too, I tell my sisters-in-law. We'll see you soon, Liza, Bella adds. You promise? She asks. You're our sister, sweetie. Liza breaks into sobs as she lets go of Bella's hands. I see Vivi and Bella to the door and thank them with an embrace. Take care of her, Ishmael. I'll protect her with my life. I come back to the high-ceilinged great room, and I hold Liza by both hands, hoping to soothe her terrified brown eyes. Shh, it's going to be okay, I comfort her. It will all be okay, just let the truth out. I'm scared, Ishmael. I've never told anyone until now. I stroke her face. Then who better to share it with than your husband? Her eyes light up at the word. I've wanted to tell you for so long. She breathes a heavy sigh. That day at my parents' house, I felt like a hostage showing proof of life. I've thought every day about what I could have done differently. All I wanted to do was shout and tell you I love you. I never stopped. I wanted to run after you and never look back. Why didn't you? I put my arm around her, and she rests her head on my shoulder for a moment. She takes another deep breath. They were going to kill me. I almost protest, but I can see that she's serious. I know it sounds crazy, but I think she would have. Those days I disappeared? They were holding me in the root cellar. If I really loved you, they said, I'd tell you I didn't, because of the shame of being... She holds her head in her hands. She told me I couldn't stain the royal family with my illegitimacy. I rub her shoulder. Venezia never wanted you to be happy. Such a hateful woman. I'm barely able to process my thoughts. Yeah, she moved up my date to marry Felipe to 2 weeks. I would have rather died. Old enough to be my father, maybe older. How did you manage to get away? I kept some money socked away for emergencies, and if anything qualified, it was that. I went to the docks in Verka late at night with what I could carry on my back. The harbor master thought I was lost. I was, but not in the way he meant. I said I needed to disappear, no questions asked, and gave him an excessive amount of cash. There was a cargo ship leaving that night. It was making stops at Milas, Fornos, and Telos. How did you choose Milas of all places? Well, it was the first port, first of all, but I thought it would be the least likely place they'd come looking for me. Too unrefined, too poor. So for me, that was perfect. And I was right, too, until... How did your dad know? How does he know everything? He probably knows the lottery numbers before they're called. My family always looked down on Milas because it was known for its lack of ostentation. Her tears have stopped now. I hid in the bowels of the ship until they gave me the signal in the port of Firindis. Some members of the crew gave me some food and cash. Instantly, I fell in love with Milas. And then I thought I had food poisoning. But no, it was Isha. A smile grows on her face as she unconsciously touches her midsection. I was so thrilled and sad at the same time. Thrilled to have this mix of you and me, and so sad that I couldn't. She cries into my chest for a while until her breath gets steadier. I wonder if she's fallen asleep, until she lifts her head. Do you hate me? You do, don't you? I shake my head slowly, just looking at her face, thanking God for her. You do. This is the end, isn't it? Smiling, I tilt her chin upward and kiss her, feeling the wetness of her tears on my face. Is that a kiss goodbye? You're crazy. I would love you if you came straight from Talacorda herself. I'm just so sorry I wasn't there for you, or for Isha. Really? Of course. Let's take a walk. I want to show you something. Aisha's in the house? She's out walking with Eleanor. Even better. I hold out my hand and she grabs it. We walk down the back stairs from the terrace to the gardens, a labyrinth of hedges with roses, wisteria, and orchids lining the rows. I designed this in hopes that you'd see it one day. I felt close to you out here. That's so beautiful, Ishmael. I love it. Thank you for showing me. That's what you wanted to show me? Oh no, we're not there yet. There's more? She smiles for the first time since I came into the room after Venezia left. We walk along a trail through a dense forest, and she delights at the rabbits and squirrels. I missed woods like these when I was in Milas. I think Isha will love it here. I'm sure she will. She may have already seen it with Eleanor. We swing our hands as we walk. Almost there. A beam of light falls through the trees, and a lake comes into view. Liza tugs at my hand. Aisha does the same thing when she's excited. Ishmael, it's our spot, yes. Liza wraps her arms around my neck and I put my hands on her waist. As soon as I began building a home, I knew I wanted it near here. Ishmael, I can't believe it. I thought you hated me. You would have been right to. I could never hate you, no matter what. She looks at the lake with her hand on her heart, tears starting again. There's something else, Liza. That last day when you called me to come to your parents' home, I was here, and I had this with me then too. I pull out my great-grandmother's necklace. I was planning on giving it to you here, not at the house. And now I can finally do it right. I place it into her hand. I understand why you couldn't accept it then. It only makes me want to give it to you more. Her eyes are overflowing. Ishmael, I don't deserve this. You deserve everything. You're the only person I want to go through life with. You and Aisha. She hands it back to me. I realize it's not to reject it, but to place it on her long, graceful brown neck, which I kiss slowly and gently. I spin her around and our lips meet in a deep kiss, full of warmth and fire. There's even more passion than what I felt for her all those years ago. And nothing can keep us apart. Chapter 28. Liza. The commotion outside the palace apartments wakes me, and I wonder if there's been an accident. When I step out onto the balcony, I see it's something even more chaotic. Liza, will you... A press scrum of dozens of people is shouting questions that I can't fully hear. Ishmael quickly ushers me away. I guess word got out, I told him. People love gossip, don't they? To compensate for their own boring lives. The third prince of Solvaria having a child out of wedlock with an illegitimate, exiled noble seems pretty gripping. He draws a line across my cheek. That's their story, not ours. All I see is love. All I see is a family. Aisha skips in the room in pink puppy pajamas and a matching tiara. Mommy, who are they all? She points down. Ishmael kneels. They're excited about a new princess in the palace. We're going to talk with them this afternoon. Then he looks at me. On our terms. They're just here early, I add. All of us are busy finalizing our remarks and prepping for the media all day, while Ishmael's family and staff work with the press to get out an early advance with a friendly reporter. The stage for the press conference is decorated with red carpets and gold leaf. We proceed after the king, all three of us sitting together as a united front. Isha smiles and waves at everyone in the crowd, not knowing that they're not here to admire her but to tear her apart if they can. Ishmael reaches over and squeezes my hand. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. No, I want to. I return the pressure against Ishmael's palm and nod. I'm not afraid. Marco, the palace press liaison, stands at the podium and welcomes the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, sons and daughters of Solvaria, we thank you for joining us here today. As heads of state of Solvaria, the lives of the royals are matters of the state. And so, in the spirit of transparency and leadership, we've called this press conference together to share information and take your questions in one united gathering. But private lives are also private, and we require respect and dignity in this discussion. I look down at Isha. Mommy and Daddy have to go up and talk to everyone in a minute. Do you want to stay here in your seat? She shakes her head. No, I want to go sit with Grandpa and Uncle Caesar. Marco speaks more formalities about the interplay between public and private until he reaches the end of his remarks. We will now hear from Lord Ishmael and Lady Liza. We walk to the center podium as Isha runs across the stage behind us. Ishmael leans forward, but I place my hand on his forearm. He nods and lets me speak first. Hello, my name is Liza Lancaster. My family has been, or at least used to be, part of this kingdom for many years, but that family never fully claimed me because I was born out of wedlock. I can hear the crowd gasp. Ishmael and I fell in love years ago and planned to marry, but I was unable to, under the influence of my family. They were not supportive. I took refuge in Milas. I can feel Ishmael's hand land on my lower back in a show of support. He leans forward. Liza's past is exactly that, the past. But the past caught up. Ishmael looks at me with eyes full of love. I encountered Liza on royal business several months ago. We knew immediately we loved each other now as we loved each other then. And I learned I had a daughter, Princess Isha. I gesture toward Isha while Ishmael continues to speak into the microphone. We are a family. I think that takes care of everything, I say hopefully. Ishmael shakes his head. Not everything. My head cocks in confusion. Ishmael breathes in deeply and steps back up to the microphone. I want to share a story that most of you all know, but it takes new resonance for me now, and I think it may help put the developments in my family life in perspective. Marco looks at me, showing only a shred of his surprise and acting as if this was all scheduled. If you've been on a Solvarian boat, you'll have seen Talicorda kept on board for tradition. For luck, but also for protocol. It's expected. I rarely thought about the actual story until I told it to Isha at bedtime. Isha is sitting on the lap of King Francis, bouncing and smiling, pointing at her father. The story goes that a fisherman was out to sea alone at sunset. The waters were calm, but the sky was filled with clouds. He knew he should return to shore before nightfall, but food in the village was scarce, and he was determined to be the hero. Floating beneath a starless sky, the fisherman tended to his lines. He couldn't return home until his net was full of fish. Pencils are poised above notepads around the room, ready to write but unsure what the moral of the story will turn out to be. Some reporters stare intently at Ishmael, waiting to hear what comes next, while others look at each other in confusion. Finally, he felt a pull. He reeled in a silvery fish that could feed his whole family. But after he pulled the hook out and wrestled it into his large storage box, he saw no sign of land. He was hopelessly lost. The crowd is rapt as Ishmael speaks. I can see the king silently nodding in his chair. Isha pulls herself up onto her grandfather's lap and leans her head back against his chest while they listen. Even without any light source, the scales of this fish sparkled. A fish like that was too special to eat, the man thought, and he decided to wrestle with it again, this time to throw it back in. King Francis nudges Isha and whispers, "Here comes the best part." The sailor expected the fish to plunge away in flight, but that's not what he witnessed. The water began to glow, and the waves roiled wildly, rising up to take the form of a beautiful woman. She left behind a trail of light as she swam, which the fisherman followed. Soon he arrived in the safety of the harbor. Talicorda, a divine spirit of the sea, had led him home. Ishmael turns towards me. I spent 8 years drifting through the darkness, but Liza and Aisha were the bright lights that led me to a place that was truly home. He pulls a small box out of his pocket, and the woman I love deserves to have this done correctly, so I had Farley look into something for me. Ishmael opens the box to reveal a beautiful diamond ring. I gasp. "That isn't—" "Your grandma's ring. You had to sell it to make a new life for yourself, so I thought it was only fitting that you get back to make a new life together." I can't even speak as I look down at my grandma's engagement ring. I never thought I'd see it again. My eyes well up as Ishmael puts it on my finger. The crowd murmurs excitedly. Liza, he whispers, will you let me marry you again? I throw my arms around his neck. Yes, I shout. The crowd cheers as I kiss my husband.
Chapter 29. Ishmael. The clergyman steps up to the microphone and clears his throat. Instantly, the crowd quiets. All eyes turn to the back of the large hall, including mine. The music starts and the parade of bridesmaids begins. There are only 6, small for a royal wedding. Aya, the maid of honor, is followed by a small herd of royal cousins, flower girls, and ring bearers. 2 nannies attempt to shoo them down the aisle. Like herding cats, these kids, Alexis says. The kiddies are marched through a door, which shuts quietly. They are off to the children's party out in the courtyard. Isha stays, carefully spreading her petals down the aisle. About halfway down the aisle, she notices me and waves, to the laughter of everyone gathered. She flings a fistful of petals over her head until she reaches the steps to the altar, then races up the stairs toward Aya. The music changes to a string ballad, and an excited hum reverberates through the crowd. Liza enters, trailing a train with layers of tulle and beads. When she climbs the stairs and stands by my side, the bridesmaids spread the train in all its glory. Liza smiles, but she looks a bit terrified. I take her hand. I'm here. Her fingers relax against my palm, and I see the tension fade away as her shoulders drop down to their natural position. My prince. Yours and yours alone. The silk rope is wrapped around us, and Liza looks down at it and then smiles at me. Oh, yes, I tell her with my eyes. I'll make love to you on it tonight, over and over again. Although I don't put that in my vows. Today I stand before you, committed as I have ever been to building a life with you and our daughter. I never stopped loving you. Time stopped when you left, and it started again when I returned to you. Every time my heart beats, it beats for you. I love you, now and always. Oh, Ishmael. The clergyman hastily produces a tissue, which Lisa dabs at the corner of her eyes. Now that we're together, it's like spring has come. And I know with you, it will only grow and flourish as we build our life together. I vow to love you without end for the rest of my life. We say our I do's and we're invited to kiss. Our lips connect in a blissful combination of passion and love, with no equivocation about how the other feels. We both know. We both turn to our daughter. I motion for her to come over and I pick her up. I wasn't grossed out this time. I'm used to it now. Good job. I swing Isha in the air before settling her on my hip, and Liza laughs. You can join the other children for a little while with Eleanor. Sound good? Yes. This wedding is about as different from our first one as it can be, starting with the number of guests. Hundreds are here. We enter the ballroom to immense applause and immediately begin our first dance. Liza glides around the floor in my arms, like her feet aren't touching the floor. Isha comes back at the end of the cocktail hour. How was the party? It was amazing. But this cake is really amazing. It's taller than me. Before we cut the cake, we get a picture of Isha standing on the table and looking up at the cake, which towers above her head. What if the paparazzi get a hold of that photo? Liza asks. Let's hope they do. We've never looked happier, and we'll sell it to the vultures and donate the money to charity. But we can publish it before they do. I help Isha down off the table, and she puts her shoes back on. We let her cut the cake with us and take turns feeding each other. They made your cream, Mommy. Milas cream, yes. The wedding planner, dressed all in black with the same headset the palace security force uses, approaches. Time for the outfit change already? Liza asks. The schedule demands it, I say. Go, I'll be here. I pull her into an embrace and kiss her long and hard. She returns in the simple lace gown she wore for our island wedding. I hug her again, and I swear I can smell the sea air. I can't believe I got to marry you twice. After dinner, we all go onto the large balcony outside the ballroom. A woman in an official uniform steps up to the microphone and asks everyone to be quiet. I lead my wife and daughter up close to the edge. As you all know, or maybe you don't, Prince Ishmael's holding company dictates that a portion of the profits must be used to support environmental causes. The prince is very committed to the idea of entrusting the land to the future generations. Like me? Isha asks, eyes sparkling. Yes, exactly. Liza squeezes my hand. My father taught me, and my brothers, that being royal is far more about responsibility than privilege. The woman from the bird conservatory explains their breeding program. She shows a short video of how hatchlings are raised by puppets so that the birds do not imprint on humans. This pair of greater spotted eagles, born in captivity, are ready to be released in the wild. The prince chose this species because they mate for life. Everyone, please, we need complete silence as we release them. Not a word is spoken, and I glance around to see everyone agreeing. Without a word, without fanfare, the doors of two enormous wooden boxes open, and the soft swish of wings signals that the bright birds have taken flight. Their two silhouettes soar against the sky. I pick Isha up and we gather into a family hug. Where are they going now? Aisha asks, eyes wide, sad for the disappearance of her brief new friends. Wherever they want. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that they're together.
Chapter 30, Liza. I can't believe we're married. It's a joy I never expected to feel. I happily let Ishmael lead me from the reception to our room, a special one in the palace, reserved for only the most important guests. Presidents, kings, and prime ministers have graced these halls. And now us. He's really mine. I can't wait to show him how much I want him.
Chapter 31. Ishmael. I pick my daughter up and carry her up to her room, Liza trailing after me. I set her down on the pink velvet settee, and Liza takes off her shoes. We cover her up with the blanket and stand there hand in hand, watching her sleep. I kiss her head and pat the quilt over her. It was a great trip, I say quietly to Liza. No wonder she's exhausted. We go to Milas once a month for the most part, though sometimes more often, sometimes less, depending on what's happening here and what's happening there. Liza goes back sometimes by herself to check on the bakery. Not that it needs checking on. It's doing better than ever. I'll admit I'm exhausted too, Liza confesses. By the time I get back to the bed from brushing my teeth, she's fast asleep. She says it's because she's just got so much to do. I think she's trying to open a store in every village in Solvaria. Royal Treats just opened near the palace, and it's gotten more press attention than the king himself. Maybe you should go a little slower, my love, I tell her sometimes. But she's on a mission, she says. She wants to show that anyone, even a woman, even one who's not legitimate, even one who was forced to live in exile, can own a successful, thriving business and live a free and happy life. Even though she's since acquired the rights to the mine and could live off that alone, not to mention my own wealth, she wants more from life than that. When I wake up in the morning, Liza is gone from the bed, and I search the house for her. Although I don't actually fear it, a part of me instinctively feels the pain of loss anytime she disappears, knowing the pain of losing her once. I find both my girls on the terrace enjoying breakfast. Isha is attacking a giant waffle about the size of her head, while Liza is poking at a scone with a look of nausea. Something wrong? No, I don't think so, Liza says, still looking uneasy. Is the scone spoiled? Too dry? She laughs. Scones are supposed to be dry. I'm just nervous about the trip today, I guess. Where are we going? Isha looks back and forth between us, while Liza and I exchange a look. I have to go up north to look at a new location for a bakery. Not again, Isha says. Liza and I planned this whole conversation just to make the surprise sweeter. Please, sweetie, don't whine, I tell her. Sorry, are we all going? She tries to hide her disappointment, but her dark eyes reveal it all. Isha has come to dread the long car trips, the way I dreaded parades for visiting dignitaries, where I had to act like a toy soldier. Just me, Liza says, to Isha's great relief. Isha looks at me, then her mother, planning her moves. Can we go to the beach? We could, I say, stretching out the vowel. But I thought we might go to the bird sanctuary. There are some new chicks, and maybe we could feed them. You know how they do it with the little puppets. Okay, that sounds fun. I can't wait. I'm going to be a bird puppet. An hour later, we are getting into separate cars in front of the mansion. I'm sure it will be. Have a great time, you two. The housekeeper, Margaret, hands Liza a hamper. Liza looks over at me, and I nod. I really should make her see a doctor, I think. Not eating, always tired. Surely some blood work is in order. I don't have time to think about it because Isha is bouncing beside me, raring to go as we make our way to the wildlife sanctuary. We sing along with the radio, my unsteady bass clashing hilariously with Isha's clear soprano. She loves our little duo. We want to be very quiet when we go in the room. We don't want them to hear human voices at all. Isha nods. Her face is serious. She seems much older than her 8 years. We have some golden eagles right now. The funny thing about golden eagles is that the chicks are white. When they grow up, they turn a reddish brown. They released those at my mom and dad's wedding, Isha proclaims. I remember those pictures, the on-call keeper, Thomas, says. It was beautiful. Thank you. We all put on costumes that cover us completely, as a ruse to highlight the bird puppet attached to the hand. Tomas folds up the arms and legs for her and uses some tape to hold the hem. Ready? Yes, Isha pokes me and puts her bird head in front of her lips. Right, I'll be quiet, starting now. We tiptoe into the room. I hear a muffled gasp out of the cloaked figure that is my daughter. I'm sure I know what she is thinking. The chicks are adorable, white with black spots and so very fluffy. Tomas shows us how to feed them with an eyedropper. I make a mental note to make sure the facility is properly funded to have the staff they need. When we are done, we thank Thomas and head out into the main area. What did you think? They were so cute. I wanted to hold one so bad. I wish I could get you one as a pet. No, Daddy, that wouldn't be good for them. You're right. You're so smart. Thanks. So are you. She looks thoughtfully. Do you think they miss their mommy and daddy? Or do they think the puppets are their parents? I'm not sure, but you know what? I bend down and grab her by the shoulders. What? You will always have me and your mom with you. We love you so much. I know that, she rolls her eyes. And I'm grateful it's such a natural assumption that she thinks the reassurance is ridiculous. We take a tour of the rest of the sanctuary, seeing parrots, cockatiels, and penguins. We've come at the perfect time, since most of them are being fed. When we have seen everything, I ask Isha what she wants to do the rest of the day. Can we go to the beach? Like a go bag or preparation for a zombie apocalypse, we are always ready for the beach. Swimsuits, towels, toys, goggles, flotation devices. Everything. It's a beautiful afternoon, though a bit chilly. The seasons are changing. I check my phone as Isha puts on her swimsuit just before we leave the enclosed parking structure. Liza texted me 2 thumbs up about the site she was checking out, heading to the beach. Do you want me to pick up dinner on the way home? Sure, she texts back. I bring back a salad, soup, and sandwich for Liza, but she'll have to wait to eat it. When we get back home, the housekeeper tells me Liza went right to bed. I look at my watch. It's not even 8 o'clock. I pull out my phone and call my father's doctor. He tells me not to worry, but he'll send someone to draw some blood. I start thinking about timing, and I start wondering. I don't even want to think about it, but I do wonder. Could be anemia, but we'll check for everything, the doctor says when he comes in. His voice is booming, but Liza is so dead to the world, she doesn't even react. I don't want to disturb her slumber, but I didn't want to wait a moment longer. What's happening? She asks, indignant at the intrusion on her dreams. I'm sorry, sweetie, but I didn't want to wait another second. I'm worried about your health. We're promised results the next morning, but the doctor calls us that night. I answer hesitantly, partly because I dread waking Liza, and partly because I know it might be something dire if he needs to call now. But I also don't want to risk Liza's ire by answering myself and finding out without her there. Hello? Dr. Hebert? Is everything okay? I nudged Liza to wake up and she groggily opens her eyes. What? What's happening? I put it on speaker. Dr. Hebert is calling. I'm practically shaking. He couldn't wait until tomorrow? I would have called your wife, but I only had your number, Your Highness, Dr. Hebert says over the phone nervously. I look at Liza questioningly, and she nods, indicating it's okay for me to listen to the news. I'm here, doctor. Is everything okay? Better than okay. You called to say that everything is all right? I ask, suspicious. Judging by the blood work, it appears that way. You'll have to come in for a more thorough exam. But for being 2 months pregnant, your blood work looks great. I slide my hand across her stomach. I can't speak. Another baby, and this time I get to be there for every minute of it. Chapter 32. Isha. Welcome to the King Francis Marina, baby Izzy. This is one of my favorite places ever. Daddy's holding my little sister Isadora in his arms. We call her Izzy. She's never seen a big boat, just the little rowboats behind our house. And she definitely hasn't been on one. We have a surprise for you, Isha, Daddy tells me with a big smile, holding Izzy in his arms and bouncing her. You and baby Izzy have a surprise for me? I thought Izzy was too young to plan things, but babies always surprise you. That's what Mommy says. Like when Izzy got here a month early. I think she was just excited to meet us, especially me, because I would talk to Mommy's belly every day, telling her I'm her sister. No, my silly girl. Daddy and I have a surprise for you. It'll be a surprise for Izzy, too, Mommy whispers. I wouldn't be surprised if Izzy understood. She's smart. She's cooing and moving her toes in Daddy's arms, making noises as he raises her up and down. She laughs so loud that it makes me laugh, too. Everything is a surprise for Izzy right now, Daddy says. Even being here. I wasn't a surprise to her, Daddy. She knew me right away. That's true. I sure was surprised by you, though, Isha. He didn't know about me until I was 7, but he says he likes surprises, and I was the best one of all. It was a pretty big surprise to me, too, Mommy interrupts. To be 18 years old, moving to a little island, and suddenly discovering there are about to be 2 of you. Is the surprise today almost as good? I look around but don't see anything. Then I look into the water, trying to see down into it. Is Talicorda here? Mommy and Daddy look at each other funny, the way they do when they have a secret. Maybe I'm right. I jump up and down on the dock. I always wanted to meet her. You'll see in a second. There are boats of all kinds in the harbor, from teeny tiny fishing boats to huge yachts like ours. Grandpa has so many boats that he doesn't remember how many he has. Everyone knows he loves sailing, so he'll get them as presents from all kinds of people. But his favorite one is a boat called the Lily. It always has fresh-cut flowers. We walk down to the end of the pier, but in our usual slip, there's a new boat there. One that's white and fresh, like it's been cleaned with soap. Where's our boat, Daddy? I ask. The 2 of them look at each other again. It's right here. Wait, that's ours? It's as big as our house. We needed a bigger one. And look on the side of it. I bet you'll be able to read what it says. You're getting so good at spelling. I look carefully to try to make out the words. Is it tall because it's a bigger ship? Keep reading, sweetie, Mommy says. Talicorda, Daddy, it's Talicorda. Is she on the boat? Look in front, Daddy yells. He bounces baby Izzy more and claps her little hands, and Izzy laughs like it's the funniest thing she's ever seen. It might be because she hasn't seen very many things. At the front, there's a carving of a beautiful lady. Even though it's not in color, you can tell that her dress is made from waves, and her hair looks like sea foam spraying from her head. She's holding silvery fish in both of her hands, like the story. It's her! The boat stops, and I see Farley's big smile from the bridge house. I know it's just called the bridge, but that sounds silly. It has a roof and everything. It's all yours, Farley yells, ready for her maiden voyage. I brought the champagne, Mommy yells happily, and she pulls out a big bottle. Even though you can't drink any, Daddy says. It's not like you'd want to drink it after what we're doing to it. What are we doing? This is how you get a boat ready for the first time that you're in it. She takes out a big black bottle and swings it like it's a bat and she's hitting a home run. You break it against the boat. Can I hit it? Not yet. You're not old enough for that either. But you can count for me, Isha. What do I count to? 3. Okay. I put down my finger with each one. 1, 2, 3. Let's say it together. I christen this yacht the Talacorda. On 3, Isha. 1, 2, 3. I christen this yacht the Talacorda. We all yell. And there's a big smash all of a sudden, like they're mad at the boat. And it sprays everywhere like sea foam from the ocean. Farley lays out the walkway. Daddy says I should go first. Mommy follows behind me. And then Daddy comes with baby Izzy. Let's take a tour, Farley says. Can we drive around the harbor in a circle? I was thinking we could go a little bit further than that, Daddy suggests. Really, like 2 circles around the harbor? They both laugh, even though I didn't say anything funny. We were thinking Milas, sweetie, Mommy says, since baby Izzy has never been. Did you hear that, Izzy? I'm going to show you all of my favorite places. Well, some of my favorite places because a lot of them are here in Solvaria. I was scared when we first moved here that I wouldn't like it, and then I was too busy being sick to even think about what I'd like. But I loved Solvaria right away, especially because I had a huge family here that I didn't have over in Milas. I'm sure Izzy will love Milas right away, the way I loved Solvaria. I'm glad we get to live in both and don't have to choose. King Francis took me to the History Museum when we moved here because he wanted to show me that it's just as good as Milas. The best thing was the beach. But then, after that, was the Costume Museum. Most people can't even touch the dresses that the queens have worn for 1,000 years or something. But because I'm a princess, I got to wear them. Daddy said King Francis spoils me. That may be true, but that doesn't mean he should stop, I told him. King Francis thought it was so funny. Farley rings a bell and Mommy takes my hand. We start to move. Baby Izzy looks around. I think she might cry. It's okay, it's just the boat moving, I let her know. You'll get used to it. There's a picnic laid out in a part of the boat with chairs around a fire pit and a bunch of little tables. There are a few different decks, and one of them has a pool with water slides. I want to go everywhere at the same time on the boat, even though that's impossible. But if I could, I would. On top of a table, there's a cake that's as big as Mommy and Daddy's wedding cake. But it's decorated in all sorts of colors like a big rainbow, and it doesn't have people on top. But it does have a little wooden talacorda. We have cake. Is it talacorda cake? It is. But lunch first, then cake, Mommy informs me. But the lunch looks just as good. It's sandwiches on bread from one of our bakeries with Solvarian cheese and smoked fish. There's also some of the fish eggs that Daddy catches, and the types of thin little pancakes that Mommy makes to have them with. I like them now because I'm 8. My plate is refined, Mommy and Daddy say. That means I like plates with food for grown-ups on them. As we sail off, I see the whole city of Verka getting smaller. The royal palace is the tallest, but there are other castles too. Around the harbor there are little houses just a few windows high. Some of them are for people to live in. Others are like Daddy's business. I finish all of my sandwich and fish eggs, and baby Izzy drinks milk. I'm so full I almost forget about the cake, but I can never really forget about cake. Is the cake to celebrate the new boat? Yes, it's to celebrate a lot of different things. Izzy being 6 months old, too. That's exciting, Mommy says. Do you want to take a walk first to make more room for the cake? I can show you your bedroom. Okay. I don't want to wait, but I know that that's one of those questions that isn't really a question. So I say yes. Daddy's wearing baby Izzy on the little pouch that he puts on his tummy when we enter my bedroom. My room is pink with a princess bed, because I actually am a princess, and it has all sorts of toys and a little couch and a big stuffed whale. I love it. Thank you. I'm going to name the whale. I have to think about it. Daddy points to a second smaller door inside the room. Oh, where does that go? Is it a secret passage? I ask him, excited and nervous at the same time. Why don't you see? I open the door, getting a little more scared and a little more excited. It's another room with two little cribs in it. Is this so baby Izzy can choose which crib she gets? I walk around to look. There's a Talacorda doll in here. I pick it up and give it to Izzy, who immediately chews on her hair. Mommy and Daddy look at each other funny again. It's for the new baby. When they arrive. Are we going to get one where we're sailing to? Mommy and Daddy both laugh. No, sweetie. There's a baby in my tummy. They'll be born about 5 months from now. Really? Wow. I hope it's a boy. So Daddy gets some company. That's very sweet of you, Isha. But no matter what, I'll love him. Or her. Me too. I love Izzy, and now she'll have another friend too. I give Izzy a little kiss on the head. You're going to be a big sister. It's the best thing in the world. You can help us decorate the baby's room, sweetie. Can we paint whales on the walls? Of course, Daddy says with a laugh. We get back on deck as Milas starts to get closer. It's not that far of a trip. Daddy cuts the cake and I hold it carefully so I don't drop it. But even if I dropped my piece, there'd be a ton left. But I don't like to waste things, especially cake. I want to show you one last thing, Isha, Daddy says. Okay, it's not a room for a third baby, is it? I'm excited about another sibling, but I think it would be hard to get used to 3 brothers or sisters. No, not yet at least. Unless there's something you know that I don't, Liza. Just one as far as I know. She holds up her hands as if she's making a promise. We follow Daddy to the back of the boat, which I learned is called the stern. That's also a word for serious. Look down, Daddy tells me, and I get a little scared of the waves being kicked up, so I hold both of their hands for extra safety. I see the outline of 4 statues on the side, looking out behind the boat. It's the 4 of us, with golden hair. From the mine that came into our possession recently, the one Liza held the rights to. But where's Talacorda? She's in front. She's looking out for us there, and we get to just watch it all go by. And we'll add the baby when it comes. I wouldn't want them to feel left out. Of course we will, but they'll never feel left out with a big sister like you, Isha. I look out in the back of the boat, and I can see all 4 of us. I can't see Solvaria, but I know it's there, just like my family, just like love, and just like the baby in Mama's tummy. Thank you so much for listening to Fake Marrying the Monarch. If you enjoyed this book, like and subscribe down below to help support the channel.